Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. We are here tonight to do our due diligence, and I have been for quite some time on tonight's special report. You've heard me mention this a few times. It has been very difficult to get through all of these cases and try to do a thorough and good job on each of them. So welcome to our special report, A History of UFO Crashes from 1897 to 1965. Now, those of you who are deeply steeped in UFO lore and mythology may recognize that we're covering the most well-known, or what some would say, the most popular cases from 1897 to 1965, some 7 cases in full. Interestingly, 3 of those cases all took place in New Mexico within a few year time span. I always found that interesting and wondered, what was it about New Mexico that perhaps drew alien visitors to that area? Some say it was the early nuclear tests in New Mexico. So we will take a moment to recognize the live chat and welcome. Is everybody in, friends? Is everybody in? Because the presentation is about to begin. I have been pecking away at this for quite some time. I hope to do an adequate job, and I thank all of you for joining us. We will be exploring one of my favorite rabbit holes, which is UFO and alien crashes. And we will be trying to do as thorough a job as possible. Now, there may be a part 2. People are already sending me other cases and asking why I did not include them in tonight's presentation. And again, we'll be covering the most popular or the most well-known 7 cases, beginning in 1897 and ending in 1965. Greetings and salutations. I see Randy is in the live chat. We've got IR Film, Asman with kind and generous super sticker for £3. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support and helping us to praise the cash. Flip Out says, I've been through probably 50 past broadcasts in a week. Broken femur. Well, thank you for that. You're helping our watch time. We appreciate you, Flip Out, and I hope you feel better and heal quickly. Archaic Revival is here and asking, why 1897? My over 2 years of research collected as recently as last Friday points to a UFO crash causing the Big Bang. Could be. Yes, conspiracy theories abound when you go down these strange and mysterious rabbit holes. So without further ado, friends, let us begin. And you'll have to excuse me if I don't read the super chats as they come in. I promise you we'll have time after tonight's presentation. We read every single super chat, so please don't be shy with them thinking that I'm ignoring you. I'm not. We're simply going to focus on getting through the presentation. I have a very data-rich presentation for you this evening, and it's going to be very difficult if I have to stop every, so often to do the super chat shuffle. You'll forgive me if we save those for the end, but you have my word, and we will read every single one and also read every single PayPal pledge. Instructions for how to help are in the description of this video. So tonight we're going to be talking about UFO crashes along with sightings in some of those cases of aliens, both living and dead. We'll be providing a historical overview about these cases and their overall cultural impact. It's important to recognize that the history of these alleged UFO crashes and sightings of aliens on Earth is a rich tapestry of myth, mystery, and intrigue. These stories, after all, have fascinated and perplexed humanity for generations, leaving an indelible mark on our collective consciousness. Tonight, we'll be providing you with an overview of the historical development of these UFO crashes and alien sighting narratives, along with discussing their cultural impact and their role in shaping popular culture and even entertainment. Additionally, we'll be exploring how these stories have spawned myths, conspiracy theories, and have had a profound influence on our modern society. The phenomenon of UFO crashes and sightings of extraterrestrial beings has captivated the human imagination, some say for centuries. And while specific incidents may vary in detail, the broader narrative is a consistent thread throughout history, representing, I believe, our deep-seated curiosity about the possibility of life beyond our own planet. Tonight, we'll be examining the evolution of these stories, their cultural significance, and their lasting impact that they have had on society. The history of UFO crashes and alien sightings can be traced back to ancient civilizations. Tales of strange lights in the sky and otherworldly beings visiting Earth can be found in the folklore and religious texts of many cultures all around Earth. The modern era of UFO sightings, however, began in the mid-20th century with quite a significant uptick of sightings and cases during the Cold War era. This period of intense geopolitical tension and technological advancement contributed to a climate that became ripe for UFO sightings and conspiracy theories. Of course, the most famous incident in the annals of UFO history occurred in Roswell, New Mexico in 1947, initially reported by the United States military and government as the recovery of a flying disc. The U.S. military later stated it was just a weather balloon. The Roswell incident laid the foundation for the popularization of UFO crash narratives and sparked widespread interest in extraterrestrial life. It became a linchpin in UFO mythology and continues to be so to this day. The controversy surrounding the Roswell case persists to this day. The stories of UFO crashes and alien encounters have left an indelible mark on popular culture. These narratives have seeped into literature, film, television, and music, influencing creators and captivating audiences. There have been iconic works, some say inspired by these cases, such as Steven Spielberg's Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and the X-Files television series have further fueled the fascination with UFOs and aliens. These cultural representations often explore themes of human society, human curiosity, fear of the unknown, and the quest for answers beyond our own world. UFO crash and alien sighting stories have evolved into modern myths and legends. Like ancient folklore, they contain elements of the mysterious and the unexplained, offering narratives that transcend reality. These myths, it would seem, continue to grow and adapt as time goes on, with new incidents and theories contributing to the ever-expanding UFO mythology. Pardon me. Myths and legends, after all, by their nature, often defy empirical evidence, but yet still become deeply ingrained in the collective consciousness. UFO crashes and alien sightings have given rise to numerous conspiracy theories, and these theories often revolve around government cover-ups, secret technology, and clandestine interactions with some form of extraterrestrial beings. The proliferation of the internet and social media has accelerated the spread of such theories, fostering communities of believers and further entrenching their beliefs. These conspiracy narratives can have real-world consequences, and we have seen that here with our coverage of multiple murders that involved some of these belief systems. These belief systems do have real-world consequences, often influencing public opinion and even shaping government policies relating to UFOs and national security. The history of UFO crashes and alien sightings is a fascinating journey through our enduring fascination with the paranormal and the unknown. These stories, whether based on fact or fiction, have permeated every facet of our culture, from entertainment to music. They have created a mythology that continues to captivate the human imagination, leaving us here to ponder the possibility of life beyond our own planet and our place in the cosmos. In doing so, these myths, these legends, these stories remind us of the enduring power of myth and legend and their power to shape our understanding of the world and our own place in it. All right, friends, so we're going to begin our journey with one of my favorite cases, one of my absolute favorite cases, which is the Aurora, Texas UFO crash. This case is perhaps my favorite UFO crash case because it essentially is it's tantalizing. Tantalizing is the word I would use to describe our first case. And 1 second, let me get up some visual aids for you. If you're just joining us, you're watching Truthseekers, and we're presenting our special report, A History of UFO Crashes from 1897 to 1965. The first case on in our presentation tonight is the Aurora 1897 Texas case, which purportedly involved the crash of an alien spacecraft and even an alien pilot who would later, according to the story, be buried in the local cemetery. So we're going to begin our deep dive with that case. 1 second here. Let's get our visual aids going. Just bear with me, friends. A bit disorganized. There's so much. We have an awful lot of data to share with you this evening in our presentation. Okay, got it. All right, here we go. Sorry about that. So let us begin with the Aurora 1897 crash case. This case has always been incredibly tantalizing to me because if you believe the stories that people told, an alien spacecraft crashed into a windmill and it contained a single occupant, described as a small being with big eyes, the typical description of an alien. Interesting that so many, pardon me, interesting that so much of the story has rested around the local cemetery. However, for one reason or another, the local cemetery board would not allow anyone to dig. And that, of course, has made me skeptical. Some say that this specific story was just made up to get tourism or to save a dying town. 1 second here. So we're going to begin our journey with this case because we're going in chronological order as we go through this list that we have of all of these different UFO cases. So we begin tonight with the Aurora, Texas crash of 1897. And this, of course, involved an alleged extraterrestrial incident. The Aurora, Texas UFO crash of 1897 has garnered significant attention over the years as a possible encounter with extraterrestrial life. We will be examining historical reports, purported remains of the crashed UFO, the alleged alien body, and the subsequent research efforts that have been aimed at unraveling the truth behind this mysterious event. Mick Mars, well-known conspiracy theorist and author and researcher, really dug deep, literally, or tried to, into this case. By the limitations, we'll be discussing some of the limitations of the available information on this case, which highlights the need for rigorous investigation and more investigation into this case. The UFO crash incident has been heralded as a crucial piece of evidence supporting the existence of extraterrestrial life. However, I believe it's essential to approach this event critically and to subject this story to rigorous scrutiny. The late 19th century witnessed a growing interest in unexplained phenomenon and a surge in newspaper stories regarding unidentified flying objects. Against this backdrop, the Aurora incident unfolded in April of 1897 when an alleged UFO reportedly crashed into a windmill belonging to Judge J.S. Proctor. Accounts of the crash describe a large cigar-shaped object that collided with this judge's windmill, resulting in its destruction and a subsequent fire. Eyewitnesses apparently reported finding metal debris scattered around the crash site, indicating the wreckage of otherworldly craft. Then there was an alleged alien body. This is one of the most captivating aspects of the Aurora incident, is that there was a purported discovery of an alien body among the wreckage. And this is according to local lore. Also, according to local lore, the body was described as small and humanoid, with advanced technology affixed to its remains. Notably, a burial took place in the local cemetery in Aurora, Texas, where the body was supposedly laid to rest. The Aurora UFO crash received extensive media attention at the time and has since, both locally and nationally. Newspapers such as the Dallas Morning News and Fort Worth Daily Gazette reported on the incident. This was actually reported as a true story or a news story in 1897. But these outlets often sensationalized the story to capture readers' imaginations. And while these reports undoubtedly fueled public interests into the subject of aliens and extraterrestrial life, they also contributed to the blurring of fact and speculation. Next, we get to some research efforts, because many people have tried to research this story. And in recent years, researchers have made attempts to uncover the truth behind the Aurora incident. However, due to the limited availability of credible primary sources and the passage of time, most of the original eyewitnesses to the event are long dead. These efforts have encountered significant challenges. Historical records, witness testimonies, and physical evidence have proven very difficult to authenticate, further complicating the task of separating reality from folklore. Is this really a true story, or is this just a local myth or legend? Difficult to tell, given the current obstacles. Upon closer examination, however, several inconsistencies emerge within the Aurora incident accounts. Varying descriptions of the UFO, there are conflicting witness statements, and a lack of concrete evidence. To me, this casts doubt on the veracity of the alleged crash and its subsequent events. While the Aurora, Texas UFO crash of 1897 remains a captivating episode in the annals of ufology, it's crucial to approach this story critically. After all, there is a lack of verifiable evidence, there's sensationalized media coverage, and of course, an awful lot of passage of time, and those present significant challenges in unraveling the truth of what really transpired there. One second here. So I have some other. There is a monument there at the Aurora Cemetery, and here's part of what it says. Located in Aurora Cemetery is the gravestone of the infant Nellie Burris, with the often quoted epitaph, "As I was so soon done, I don't know why I was begun." And here's where it gets interesting. On this monument also, it says, and this is at the original graveyard, "This site is also well known because of the legend that a spaceship crashed nearby in 1897, and the pilot killed in the crash was buried here. Struck by epidemic and crop failure and bypassed by the railroad, the original town of Aurora almost disappeared, but the cemetery remains in use with over 800 graves. Veterans of the Civil War, World Wars I and II, and the Korean and Vietnam conflicts are interred here." So interesting. And as I said, many people have petitioned to dig up the body. And we see an image here of a one-time headstone. At one time, according to the stories, the grave of the spaceman was marked with this grave marker, which contains an etching of a flying saucer on it. However, that gravestone disappeared and was never found again. And interestingly, Mick Mars and others still endeavored to, and they believe they found the original grave site. The History Channel did an episode where they did an investigation where they used LiDAR and metal detectors and appeared to have found something at the grave site. But again, the local cemetery board will not allow anyone to dig. Therefore, the tantalizing proof, the tantalizing evidence, what could be the smoking gun evidence of extraterrestrial life visiting Earth, may be buried in some sleepy small town in Aurora, Texas, but no one's allowed to see it or get to it. This has always bothered me about this story. If the story were really true, wouldn't the local townspeople want to allow a respectful archaeological dig to get to the truth of the story, to understand what really happened there? I would hope that they would, but apparently many people have requested permission to dig or further investigate this gravesite, and all have been denied. Here's another shot of the marker. Sorry, that's so small. And interestingly, there is a monument of sorts, and this is from tomsmahall.com. He went there and investigated this case. There is a sort of monument to the spaceman there in the cemetery, with a big rock placed over the place that is purported to be the final resting place of this spaceman. So what an interesting story. However, it really does fall shy of definitive proof. Interestingly, there have been books written about this story, documentaries, and I believe even a Hollywood fictionalized version of events, a dramatized story of what happened here in Aurora, Texas. There are several different books. This one, Aurora, Texas, 1897, The Truth is Buried. And when I have this book, I think this is an interesting title, right? Because imagine if this story is true, and there's the body of a spaceman, an extraterrestrial biological entity, just buried in some sleepy small town. And here again, we see a view of what the craft was supposedly look like, a bullet-shaped craft. Very, very interesting story. But I believe that this story will, it's very difficult to dig up any new information. I know that Mick Mars was a very dogged researcher, and he and many other researchers dug as deep as they could, weren't able to provide any substantial or supportive evidence other than some of the original newspaper reports and local legends in interviewing the locals there. There was also some interesting developments. Apparently, Mick Mars unearthed that some of the debris from this supposed alien spaceship was apparently thrown down a well for whatever reason. And there's some pictures, I'm sorry I don't have them to share, of a local resident who had terrible deformities that apparently he got from drinking from that well. And again, this is a story. It hasn't really been proven. I believe that person may have suffered from some sort of lead or heavy metal poisoning due to drinking from a contaminated well. Was that well contaminated with alien materials? Some say yes. And again, the History Channel, I think on an episode of the UFO Hunters, got access to that well. They weren't able to find any alien metals or technology down in the well. So quite a tantalizing story, though. And I always think that this story is incredibly tantalizing because the absolute smoking gun proof of extraterrestrial visitation on Earth could be buried there. but we can't get to it. And that to me is incredibly tantalizing. So we will move on, friends, to our next case. 1 down, 6 to go, friends. Yes, B. Baker is correct. The guy who supposedly had tumors from drinking the well water, it was a medical condition not related to the water. Yeah. So isn't it interesting? The story, which version of the story you believe depends on who you believe telling these different parts of the story. Some people say that he got deformed because there was some sort of alien biological agent or alien infection in the metal, or just the fact that it was alien metal thrown down a well. I would think that any metal thrown down a well, enough of it would get you sick if you keep drinking the well water. And this part of the story never made any sense to me because why would someone who's going to drink from that well throw weird metals down in the well? But people have made attempts to look for it and have been unable to find these things. Interesting to me. All right, so we're going to move on to the very next case here, which is, let me see if we can find my guide here. And by the way, I'm going to be publishing to Patreon in the member section tonight's presentation. If somebody else would like to use it or expand on it, that'd be fine. Next, we're going to go to the Italian UFO crash of 1933. And this one is become quite controversial lately. And that is because Mr. Dave Grush, the alleged or so-called UFO whistleblower, has been mentioning that case. And that caused many people, including myself, to sort of take a very deep dive into the case and see if it was a real and valid case or not. Lou Elizondo was promoting or pushing this case as genuine, which makes me suspicious of that it's real. And then Dave Grush mentioned it. However, it's very important to point out that the version of the story that people are running with is really a concoction of two different stories jammed together. And we'll get into that. So this crash purportedly or allegedly took place in Mussolini's Italy in 1933. 1 second here. I think this case has been little known in the United States due to, I think, the language barrier. There's been a lot published in Italian on this by an Italian UFO researcher, but that has been difficult for people to get to or find. Okay. So as far as this specific crash goes, this crash has been largely debunked. I believe this crash has been largely debunked by several people. In the description of the video, we will share with you some of the links and resources that we will be using. We have covered this case previously because a very incredible researcher, D. Dean Johnson, did a piece on this, Kevin Randall did a piece on this. And this crash is very, very problematic from the standpoint of being factual and real. First of all, people are forcing the United States government to recognize stories or investigate stories that have little or no evidence or proof. So here's an article from the Daily Mail. Exclusive: Italian researcher shares extraordinary evidence files of world's first UFO crash. Completely factually inaccurate statement. Usually somebody writing these UFO articles for some of these major publications has no idea of UFO history. So that's completely wrong. 14 years before Roswell and the secret department set up by Mussolini's government to study the craft that was later captured by U.S. forces, Robert Pinotti obtained evidence documents of the alleged June 13th, 1933 crash in northern Italy and a secret department set up by Mussolini to study the craft. Well, these are the claims. He told DailyMail.com the files were mailed to him from a mystery source who claimed to have inherited them from a relative who worked on the program. Interesting to note that these documents, which amount to telegrams talking about the crash and what happened surrounding the crash, they have been called hoax documents by other people other than this person selling the story. There is no other historical match to those documents. In other words, people went through Italian archives looking for those documents. Nobody can find them, leading many to speculate that those documents that this entire case is based on were hoaxed or fraudulent. It's important to note that this researcher, Roberto Pinotti, claims that he had the paper and the ink analyzed and it was period correct. However, I can't find record of him releasing the lab reports or who did that analysis. And that's problematic for me. And even if the ink and paper were period correct, it's not proof of an alien spacecraft crash landing. And of course, this comes after Pentagon whistleblower David Grush claimed the U.S. ran a top secret UFO retrieval program for decades and claimed the Vatican was involved. Now, the Vatican being involved in this story is where it gets interesting, because the original story was simply we have these telegrams that talk about a crash UFO and a program to recover it and deal with it. But then the story gets expanded upon by well-known UFO hoaxer William Brophy, who added on that included in the crash were alien bodies, and also that the Vatican was somehow involved in getting this craft recovered and given to American custody, where it apparently went to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, or allegedly went to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. So Grush is now attached to this story. Grush claims one of these alien spacecraft crashed in northern Italy in 1933 and was secreted away by the fascist dictator Benito Mussolini before it was captured by American forces at the end of World War II and shipped to the U.S. DailyMail.com understands Grush was briefed on the supposed June 1933 crash by a staffer who allegedly worked on a non-human craft in a U.S. government program. These are awfully big claims, but remember, we're 92 days in and David Grush has not proven any of his original claims, including these claims. Apparently, Roberto Pinotti shared extraordinary details of the saucer crash, and the details he shared were some notes and drawing, an artist's impression, and these original documents that some claim are just completely and totally made up and hoaxed. And the reason for that is very simple. If these were real or official documents of the Italian government, there would be some other record. Somebody would be able to verify that these came from actual government sources. But much like the MJ-12 documents, these documents alleging an alien spaceship crash landing just appeared apparently in the mailbox of a well-known UFO promoter and I suppose researcher. This becomes incredibly difficult for me to believe. They just happened to show up. No one can find any other records of them. There are claims that these are period correct as far as grammar and, the format of the document is exactly as it would have been or should have been. But again, these are claims, and I don't know what expert decided that, but the promoters of this story say that. I haven't seen evidence to support that being factually correct, but that's what people claim. And of course, there's no copying. And these were telegrams, apparently. Other documents sent to Pinati refer to a mysterious government department called Gabinetto RS-33, or the Special Research 33 Cabinet, supposedly set up by the Italian dictator, that would be Mussolini, to manage the retrieval and study of the alleged saucer wreckage, as well as other UFO incidents. Pinati says RS-33 was headed by Nobel Prize-winning inventor Guillermo Marconi, the inventor of the radio. And again, all of these are claims, and there is no proof that Guillermo Marconi was a part of this program. There's no historical documents to support the existence of such a program. These are largely a lot of claims based on some guy who sells UFO stories who happened to get some documents in his mailbox from a mysterious, anonymous, unknown source. Piecing together the mysterious documents, Pinati was able to pinpoint SIA Machete in Vergiati, an aircraft facility near the alleged crash site outside of Magenta, a satellite town of Milan, as the likely site where the supposed wreckage was stored. The site miraculously avoided regular bombing raids by Allied forces during the Second World War, and 12 years later, in 1945, the region was secured by the US and UK troops. U.S. whistleblower Dave Grush claims it was around this time that the supposed craft was shipped back to the U.S., the first saucer recovery to his knowledge. And again, these are claims. There's no evidence to support that. And that part of the story was added on top of Pinati's original story. The story of the Vatican's involvement and it being shipped to the United States somehow, and there being alien bodies or alien biological, whatever, non-human intelligences, either living or dead, being involved as well. That was all added on. And they were supposedly Nordic type human looking aliens. This was all added on by well-known UFO promoter and hoaxer William Brophy, who was also involved in the Trinity UFO hoax, which we will detail. But allegedly in 1933, a bell-like craft around 10 meters in size was recovered in Magenta, northern Italy. It was kept by Mussolini's government until 1944, when it was recovered by agents of the Office of Strategic Services, a former U.S. intelligence agency. And this is what Grush told the French newspaper Le Parisien last month. Ironically, he said, it predates anything the public has heard about for decades, such as Roswell. He declined to be interviewed, Dave Grush, for the Daily Mail about his claims. Interesting. And here we see some images. Pinati says he has been able to authenticate at least some of his paperwork. He says that he had one of his documents dated 1936 tested by a forensic expert who concluded the paper and ink was from that period. The 1933 telegrams have not been tested. So apparently he has a document dated 1936 that he claims has passed a forensic analysis. However, he has not released the name of the person who did the forensic analysis or a forensic analysis report to back up the claim that some of these documents are period correct. However, it should be noted that people can still find old paper and old ink to hoax old documents from. And one example I can think of is the Hitler diaries, I believe. There's been several examples where people have used old paper ink to fool people into thinking that a new document was an old document. So besides the problems, there's really a lot of problems with the story. And we have previously detailed previously detailed Kevin Randall's blog, and we gave you a link in the description of this video. And let me just share my screen, because I think Mr. Randall, as well as several other researchers, pointed out a lot of the problems and inconsistencies. The story of the 1933 crash, as told by Robert Pinati, an Italian journalist and UFO researcher, was that the object fell in Magenta, Lombardy, Italy on April 11, 1933. The Italian intelligence unit called RS-33 Cabinet somehow was involved. The UFO was stored in the hangars of SIAI Marchetti in Verigacci. Mussolini believed the craft was a secret weapon of either the Nazis or the Allies. Pope Pius VII learned of the crash and may have been told about it by Mussolini himself. When Mussolini signed a treaty with Hitler, the Pope worried about the craft and told the U.S. about the object. It was later, after the war, that the craft made its way to the United States. And here's where things get dicey. According to Kevin Randall, Lou Elizondo, who was involved in UFO investigations, said that he had seen documents from Mussolini's office that he found compelling. He seemed to suggest that the craft might not have been alien, but was some sort of advanced craft using jet engines that had been developed by the Nazis. The timing, however, doesn't seem to fit. April 1933 is too early for the development of jet engines, and the design might have been something created by the Horton brothers' attempts to build a tailless aircraft. There were tails of bodies that made their way, and I say allegedly here, to right field. They were badly mangled, looking as if they had been in a car wreck, but their heads were fairly intact. They were 7 feet tall, had long blonde hair, blue eyes, small noses, small mouths, thin lips, and no signs of facial hair. The conclusion, based on the examination of those bodies, was that they were not human. Now, here is a connection that will raise a few eyebrows. There is an account from another source to corroborate some of these details. William Brophy. Again, William Brophy is the person involved in the Trinity UFO hoax. He said that his father, who was a lieutenant colonel, had seen the bodies at some point and told him, the son, about them. Yes, this is the same Lieutenant Colonel Brophy who supposedly flew over or landed near or was somehow witness to the 1945 UFO crash described by Jacques Vallée in his book, The San Antonio Trinity Crash. The younger Brophy's entry into this case taints it, just as it does with the San Antonio crash. So what we really see here is that the story begins what we really see here is that the story begins one way, and then a well-known UFO profiteering huckster who's been caught selling fake UFO hoax stories before, he's involved in all this UFO and alien stuff. He comes in and suddenly there's bodies and the Vatican is involved. This is how I believe that UFO mythology is created. It's layers upon layers of people adding their pieces and bits. But the original story is nothing like people run with when they describe the story. When people promote this story, they talk about bodies and they talk about the recovered craft being taken to Wright-Patterson. And quite honestly, there's no evidence at all to support that other than the words of a well-known UFO hoaxer. So the problems with this entire story, they get worse and worse the deeper that you dig. Yeah, and so Kevin Randall has covered this much better than I could. It just appears to me to be that the documents, no, the original investigator can't prove really check out. He hasn't tested most of them. Why? Why would you not test all of the documents? Could it be that some of them did not pass a forensic analysis? And very troubling that William Brophy, well-known UFO hoaxer and profiteer involved in other UFO fake stories, is directly involved here and used to make the story work. It's almost as if the story was not fantastic enough on its own. So another layer was added. And again, including alien bodies, an entire conspiracy concerning the Vatican. By the way, the Vatican has declined to comment to both me and others on anything surrounding this case. And some people take that denial as some form of, indication that the story is true. Only in the world of UFOs is we won't comment. You see, they were part of the cover-up. I think that this story is incredibly problematic. And equally problematic is the people who promote or attempt to profit from it, like Lou Elizondo, like Dave Grush. Everybody is very big on claims, but very light on evidence. If you're going to claim that the story is true, Where's the forensic analysis of the original documents that just showed up in this researcher and journalist's door? If you're going to claim that the story is true, why not be honest with people in that half of this story was tacked on by a well-known UFO hoaxer who constantly was trying to get fame and money out of UFO stories. He's got a track record of that and was involved in the well-known Trinity UFO hoax. It's problematic at best. And then, of course, we have Dave Grush, 90 plus days in. What are we at, 92 or 93 days since his original claims? Still no evidence to support his original claims. If you're going to say that this story is true, we need corroboration. We need on-the-record statements from eyewitnesses, and those just aren't here. So is the story true? I think that I can neither prove the story is true nor prove that the story isn't true. You just get stuck at an impasse with this one. And therefore, to me, this case has little or no value. It won't move anything forward if you can't prove it's true. It will remain, like many, just another story of a UFO crash based on shaky evidence and the involvement of, let's just say, less than credible people promoting the story in the form of William Brophy. So we will, and 1 second here, I forgot to, we'll share a few more of these visual aids. Not able to find very much. Here's a shot of Mussolini with a error correct flying saucer. This is the original investigator, Mr. Panatti. And of course, here is the so-called telegrams that whoever the mysterious source was that gave them to him claimed they inherited them. Not very much that you can find on this case due to the language barrier and it being originally written about in Italian. Painstaking, I would say, to try to go through all of this. Get translations for everything. This is why this case has been not very well known or popular. We will continue our journey, however. Our next case after this 1933 crash is the Trinity UFO crash of 1945, which, interestingly, William Brophy was also involved in this case. And if we examine the incident claims and historical impact, we may be able to come to a conclusion on the Trinity UFO crash. 1 second here. If you're just joining us, you're watching Truthseekers, and we are bringing you a extensive history of UFO crash cases from 1897 through 1965, 7 cases in total. And we have reached case number 3, which is the Trinity, New Mexico UFO case. One moment here. Okay. So this case was made famous recently by a very famous book by Jacques Vallée. Jacques Vallée, depending on who you ask, he was or is, some would say, considered to be one of the preeminent UFO researchers, a scientist who's written extensively and really spent years, perhaps decades of his life investigating the entire phenomenon of the UFO case, of the UFO. He investigates the entire phenomenon of UFOs. And in some of his books, he talks about different explanations. Interesting that he's not nailed down to the alien hypothesis or explanation of the UFO phenomenon. I was quite surprised to see that he got behind this case. I didn't think very much of this case. No one did. And there are some historical references to people saying there was nothing to this case that were well known and respected researchers into these events and this subject matter. So interestingly, Jacques Vallée gets involved, and then suddenly it becomes a hugely popular case. Um, and of course, there was a very popular book. In fact, two editions. There was a regular edition, original edition of this book, Trinity, the Best Kept Secret. And then there was this new expanded edition. So, in order to get two volumes of a book in such a short time frame, friends, it has to be tremendously good seller. I don't know how much Jacques Vallée has made from selling this story, but it's a lot considering there's two volumes, different volumes of books still available for purchase, including this new expanded edition. And here's the original, Trinity, the Best Kept Secret. Interestingly, the promise on the front of the book is groundbreaking research reveals a new UFO history. I don't know about that. And here, of course, is Mr. Jacques Vallée, along with an artist rendering of the crash event. What is very interesting about this case is that UFO wackadoos essentially forced the United States government to spend time and resources looking into this case, which would later, in short order, be more or less 100% definitively proven to be a complete and total fake story, a hoax. None of this happened. Nothing. It's really a sad story for Mr. Jacques Vallée, who really got behind this. And by the way, just for those who are wondering, after the story completely and totally fell apart, regrettably, and I think disappointingly, Mr. Jacques Vallée just doubled down. He refuses to believe in the overwhelming evidence that this story is completely and totally fake. But before the story was really exposed to be a complete and total hoax, we have the Pentagon ordered to reinvestigate 1945 crash of mysterious avocado-shaped UFO, dubbed the Roswell before Roswell, as expert reveals eyewitness accounts of the encounter. Jacques Vallée, former contractor for the government's UFO office, wrote a book about the case and described it to dailymail.com. Vallée was the inspiration for Francois Truffaut's character in Close Encounters. Yes, so if you've ever seen the Close Encounter, the movie, Jacques Vallée is the inspiration for one of the characters, the principal investigator in that movie. The government's UFO office had been ordered to reinvestigate an alleged 1945 crash of a strange object in New Mexico, dubbed the Roswell before Roswell. New military spending bill signed into law by President Biden last week was specifically amended to incorporate the intriguing case into a historic review of UFO incidents to be conducted by the Department of Defense. Jacques Vallée, a former contractor for the UFO office and co-author of the book, gave an exclusive interview. Vallée, a renowned scientist and UFO investigator, was the inspiration for the French scientist character in Steven Spielberg's Close Encounters of the Third Kind. So he describes the alleged August 1945 crash of an avocado-shaped craft in the edge of an atomic bomb testing site near San Antonio, New Mexico, about 100 miles from the infamous Roswell crash 2 years later. Interestingly, so what happened is this book got incredibly popular because of the popularity and people trusting Jacques Vallée to be an on-the-level good researcher and investigator, and after all, he's a scientist. Then the entire story falls apart. Several of the congressmen, says this article, involved have the book that Paula Harris and I wrote about our research at the alleged crash site, Trinity. They came out with a new version of the book released this year with new information, mainly focused around testimony of a witness, a B-52 bomber pilot, and two young sons of a rancher on whose land the UFO supposedly crashed. And of course, there was supposedly recovered metal from the crash site. the two researchers interviewed the family of Lieutenant Colonel William Brothy, who said he revealed in the years after the incident that he had been sent out to survey the crash site on August 16, 1945. And the story literally falls apart, however, under scrutiny. And I think that the Trinity UFO crash really serves as a lesson to be learned, that we have to always be careful that we don't get too far into the rabbit hole and just believe things because we want to. This story, however interesting it is as a story, it lacks actual or real evidence, relying largely on stories and anecdotal second and third hand accounts. This is extremely problematic for anybody, trying to get to the actual truth of the story. Still, the Trinity UFO crash remains a notable event in UFO lore, surrounded by claims of an alien spacecraft, recovered debris, and a cover-up. And if we delve into the claims regarding this alleged crash and recovered materials and examine the evidence presented, including Jacques Vallée's book, Trinity, the Best Kept Secret, we find that this story falls incredibly short of actually proving that it's a true story. Despite the overhype and over sensationalism used to sell the story, it really lacks real evidence. The Trinity UFO crash of 1945 has been the subject of intrigue and speculation within the UFO community and intense debate. But if we critically examine the incident and the claims of an alien spacecraft and the recovered debris, and of course, there's a cover-up. There's got to be a cover-up. This is a common theme among UFO crash stories. But if we adopt a skeptical perspective when evaluating the witnesses and individuals sharing this story, I think that we can definitively come to some understanding of what the story is really about. The first atomic bomb test took place in 1945 in Trinity, New Mexico. And it took place in the desert. Reports emerged years later suggesting that an unidentified flying object crashed near the test site on the very same day. So apparently there was a, atomic test of a bomb, and on the very same day, according to the promoters of this story, a UFO crashed at or near the test site. Okay, so next we get claims of an alien. We get these claims of an alien spacecraft and recovered debris. Claims surrounding the Trinity UFO crash involve an alleged extraterrestrial spacecraft resulting in the recovery of metallic debris exhibiting unusual properties, according to Jacques Vallée. And also, a piece of metal that was pried off the inside of the downed craft was allegedly taken by one of the principal witnesses. According to some accounts, the crashed UFO and its debris were transported to various locations, including Los Alamos National Laboratory. Other claims suggest that the wreckage was taken to a secret government facility for further analysis and cover-up. And again, these are claims not substantiated by much or any evidence. Jacques Vallée and his book, Trinity, the Best Kept Secret, explored the Trinity incident. His work examined witness testimonies and some say presented a compelling case for further investigation. The Trinity UFO crash gained limited media attention at the time, but it grew in prominence through subsequent years, particularly within UFO literature and conspiracy circles. A skeptical analysis of witness testimonies and individuals involved in sharing the Trinity UFO crash reveals major inconsistencies and discrepancies in their accounts. These factors underscore the need for scrutiny and rigorous investigation. And then we get to debunking this Trinity UFO crash as a hoax. Over time, researchers and investigators, most notably, and we have given you the link to his piece on this. As far as busting this as a hoax, D. Dean Johnson did an incredible job breaking down why this story is fake and presented a compelling case for the entire story being essentially just another story with no evidence, and being promoted by UFO profiteering hucksters out for fame, glory, and of course, money. In-depth analysis by people like D. Dean Johnson has led to the conclusion that the event was a hoax, and it was perpetrated by individuals seeking to capitalize on the notoriety of the atomic bomb test. The Trinity UFO crash of 1945 has garnered attention and speculation, but critical analysis and research efforts have definitively debunked the incident as a hoax. While the event remains significant in UFO culture, it's essential to approach such claims, especially out-of-this-world claims of alien spacecraft, with skepticism and rigor to differentiate fact from fiction. The Trinity UFO crash serves as a reminder of the need for careful scrutiny and evidence-based investigation. So what we have here is a case that completely and totally fell apart after the money grab. And we have talked about this before. What's the money grab? That's when somebody will do a big money grab, claiming that a story is true. And then usually after the big money grab, we get to the inevitable under-delivering of evidence. It's always over-sensationalized, over-hype, and you go to do the money grab. They always promise they have more evidence than they actually have. Not always, but it fits the pattern. And then we get to the situation where we get to the phase of the big letdown. Shortly, not long ago, this story completely and totally fell apart. And Jacques Vallée, however, refused to concede any of the facts and evidence. It should be noted that William Brophy gave incredible amount of inconsistencies in his story. And we're talking about a man who is recounting childhood memories that's already very old, which is further problematic. Next, there were claims included by this William Brophy of a piece of metal that was ripped from the inside of the alien spacecraft somehow. And that object was determined to be a metal piece of a windmill. It has been definitively identified as not alien in nature or origin. Why would somebody give UFO researchers a piece of a metallic fragment or manufactured on Earth object from industrial machinery and claim it was a piece of an alien spacecraft? Your guess is as good as mine, but the story really does fall apart. Unfortunately, Mr. Vallée has already collected quite a lot of money for this story before the counter evidence that the story was completely and totally fake was presented. And still, people cling to the mistaken belief, I believe, that this story is still true somehow. I don't believe. Well, I could be incorrect in my dating. I apologize if that's the case. Drew Williams says, FYI, the claim is that the crash happened on August 17th, 1945, not when the Trinity explosion. Well, it was around the time of the Trinity explosion. Thank you for the correction. I don't know. We have 15 pages here, so I may have mistaken dates. That's one of the other things I just want to recognize. These cases kind of run together because they're so very similar. We always have a government cover-up. We have military presence cordoning off the area. We have objects being recovered and taken to someplace like Wright-Patterson Air Force Base or Area 51 or Los Alamos National Labs. There's a lot of similar threads in all of these, and they tend to run together. if you're not very careful. And if I haven't been careful enough, I apologize. And thank you for the correction, Drew Williamson. One second. Okay, so we're going to get to our very next case. And next up is the big one, of course. And that would be, I believe, the Roswell UFO crash, of course, of 1947. And I have some visual aids for that as well. Roswell, of course, is the granddaddy of all of these cases, the most famous case. And did you know that there are more books written about the Roswell event than any other UFO event in history? Look on Amazon, just search for Roswell. It is incredible the amount of material that is available. And of course, this story has made an indelible mark on human culture. One second, let me get my, okay, got it. Okay, I'm just going to share my screen with some visuals. You may be aware, and if you're not, you can search in our archives. We did the deepest dive into Roswell that I thought humanly possible. And then we cut it all into an 8-hour stream fest all about Roswell for the Roswell 75th anniversary. And during that series, we interviewed every world-leading expert, author, and researcher into the Roswell event. And here we see the famous original newspaper article. When this first happened, they issued a press release, the military, saying the RAAF captures flying saucer on a ranch in Roswell region. There was radio reports that went out saying that they had recovered a flying disc. And thus, a legend was born in that moment, my friends. And here we see Jesse Marcel with some of the apparent wreckage from the craft. Jesse Marcel would later claim that there was a debris switch and that the debris that was shown to the press corps was not the same debris that he had seen and witnessed at the actual crash site. And interestingly, we should note that the Roswell story, when it first came out, was sensational. People thought that we were in possession of an alien spacecraft that had somehow crash landed because of the press releases and the early coverage. However, the United States government would quickly squash that and say that, oh, we made a mistake. It wasn't a flying saucer. It was not a flying disc. It was just a weather balloon, which never made any sense to me because we're talking about the very same military men responsible for the only atomic bomb group in the United States. For someone to suggest that they didn't know what a weather balloon was is kind of ridiculous. And interestingly, besides Jesse Marcel here, there was one other witness that claimed that there was indeed a debris switch. So as the legend goes, they really did capture an alien spacecraft, and then the government and the military tried to cover it up. We have General Ramey meeting with members of press and showing what is clearly debris from a weather balloon and radar reflectors, showing the press, here's what it is. It's nothing special. It wasn't aliens. It was very ordinary explanation, just a weather balloon. However, Marcel, to his death, and his son, Jesse Marcel Jr., to his death, adamantly denied that this was what actually crashed. What was shown to the press corps was apparently not the same material. And this has been claimed by Jesse Marcel and one other witness to this press corps event who also saw the original debris. And here we have General Ramey, and there's another interesting story. You see there's a memo in his hand. Some people have tried to get negatives of this original photograph, blow it up, and some people believe that the memo he has in his hand discusses the recovery of a flying saucer and even bodies. Somehow they were able to blow up that thing in his hand and decipher what was written on it, at least if you believe the legend. And of course, there has been major cultural impact. Every few years, especially on the date of an anniversary, there's a renewed and newly piqued interest into the Roswell case. And sometimes new details emerge, or new witnesses come forward, or there's new layers to the story. It's interesting to point out, however, that Roswell, like many of these stories, exists in layers. The original story, of course, is that something crashed in Roswell, New Mexico on a ranch, and a rancher, Mac Brazel, found it, went to the military. Suddenly, they released a press release saying that they had recovered a flying saucer. And then they would backtrack and say, we made a mistake. It was just a weather balloon. And the initial excitement for the story died down instantly when the military came out with the other explanation. And here is a display from the Roswell Museum. Great. Disc craze continues. Army disc outs New Mexico find as weather gear. So here the story begins to change. Here's a sign from the Roswell. And here at the crash site, there is a monument, and it says, in July of the year 1947, a craft of unknown origin spread debris over this site. Witnesses would report materials of an unearthly nature. In September of the year 2002, the Sci-Fi Channel brought scientists from the University of New Mexico to search this ground for evidence of that fateful night. Be it observed that, whatever the true nature of what has respectfully become known as the Roswell incident, humankind has been forever drawn to the stars. So interesting, there's a monument at the crash site, and you can pay to go and visit the crash site. There's tours, and you can go visit. And of course, it's a huge tourist attraction. And this is from the Roswell Dispatch. Directly after saying that they captured a flying saucer, Army debunks Roswell flying disc as world simmers with excitement. Officers say disc was weather balloon. So, of course, the initial excitement for the story, and here's another from the Roswell Daily Record, General Ramey empties Roswell saucer. Ramey says excitement is not justified. Yeah, it wasn't an alien spacecraft. It was just a weather balloon. So the story in 1947 quickly fell apart and was largely forgotten. That is until researchers in the 1980s, most notably Bill Moore and Stanton Friedman, would find some original witnesses to the event. And Stanton Friedman tells an incredible story and about doing a talk on UFOs somewhere, and someone just simply came up to him and said, hey, I know somebody that had their hands on pieces of one of those flying saucers you're so interested in. And Stan Friedman was like, he touched pieces of one? And the gentleman said yes, gave him the name. They were ham radio buddies, apparently, Jesse Marcel Sr. and this gentleman that approached Stan Friedman. So Stan Friedman gets a phone book and all, and he goes and he finds Jesse Marcel. And it is largely because of Jesse Marcel that we know anything about the story. If not for Stanton Friedman and Bill Moore and a few other early Roswell researchers, the story may have been completely and totally lost to history. But then what we get is what I call the layering effect, because interestingly, we begin with just a story of a crash and a debris field and strange hieroglyphics on some of the material that was in the debris field. And of course, you've all heard that the description of this strange material that you couldn't cut with a torch, you couldn't dent it with a hammer, but it was incredibly, incredibly lightweight. And if you crumpled it up in your hands and dropped it on the table, it would return to its original shape. Very strange material for 1947. Later, things like nitinol or memory metal would be invented, which is an alloy of nickel and several other things. But some people believe that nitinol was actually discovered from the Roswell UFO crash or wreckage. Interesting that there have been layers added to the story, however. And what do I mean by that? The original story is there's one crash and there's one crash site, and it was not an intact craft. It was a completely destroyed, just debris for miles. Then the story gets grander, as UFO stories tend to do over time. And eventually, through research efforts of Stanton Friedman, Bill Moore, people like Don Schmidt, Kevin Randall, and Tom Carey, and others, suddenly the story takes on a new dimension. And there's not just one crash site. Somehow there is a second crash site, approximately 175 miles northwest of Roswell, the San Augustine Plains, the Plains of San Augustine. So there's the original crash site north of Roswell, and the debris field approximately 75 miles northwest of Roswell, and then, of course, a second crash site. And all the stories of bodies and intact recovered spacecraft come from the secondary crash site. And I've always found it a little bit troubling that the original story and the original witnesses never mentioned a secondary crash site. And Jesse Marcel was a high-ranking intelligence officer in the military. He never mentioned it. It was new witnesses that were discovered by UFO researchers and people who sell UFO stories. Interestingly, found more people that talked about a second crash site where there was alien bodies recovered. And then, of course, we get more and more people. After Stanton Friedman and Bill Moore's books, the story really took on a life of its own. And suddenly there was all kinds of witnesses, secondhand witnesses and firsthand witnesses even, because remember, many of them were still alive. And people did come forward and make incredible claims of seeing alien bodies and other things that are extremely mysterious happening. Interestingly, some of those witnesses, including people that whole books were based on, would later be found out to be tellers of tall tales, but not all of them. And interestingly, many of the people involved directly, firsthand witnesses to either of the crash sites, spoke to their children. And there's a book that I always found interesting called Children of Roswell. And it involves a lot of deathbed confessions where people kept the secret of it, as they were told to do, apparently, by the United States government for many, many years. But in their later years, as they neared death, they confided to their children what they had seen. And many described similar tales of bodies, 3 foot tall, large head, big eyes, no hair. Interesting that there are so many deathbed confessions about seeing alien bodies. And that has always sort of troubled me, because I just don't see multiple people telling their children as they lay dying on their deathbed about seeing alien bodies. But that is part of the available evidence that you can go through if you choose to. Now, I will say that the Roswell event has been the most influential, I believe, UFO crash in the history of UFOs. The Roswell crash of 1947 has become one of the most iconic and controversial events in the history of UFO phenomenon. We'll be providing an overview of the known story. We'll explore some of the conspiracy theories surrounding alien spacecraft and bodies, and examine stories of alleged remains of the crashed UFO. We'll also delve into some research efforts aimed at uncovering the truth. So the Roswell crash of 1947 stands as a cornerstone of UFO lore, captivating the public imagination for decades. Um, the Roswell UFO crash happened in July 1947. Reports emerged of a crashed object near Roswell, New Mexico, initially believed to be a, quote, flying disc, unquote. The U.S. military later stated that it was just a weather balloon. However, alternative narratives surrounding alien spacecraft and even alien bodies have persisted over the years. Conspiracy theories abound regarding the Roswell incident, proposing that the crash involved an extraterrestrial spacecraft and the recovery of alien bodies. Some say even the recovery of live beings. These theories claim that the government engaged in a cover-up to hide the truth from the public. According to some accounts, the debris recovered from the crash site exhibited unconventional properties. Witnesses described metallic fragments with characteristics distinct from common materials, which sparked intrigue and speculation about their true origin. Then claims emerged of witnesses encountering and witnessing the recovery of alien bodies at the secondary crash site on the plains of St. Augustine. Reports suggest that these beings were small, with distinct physical features and advanced technology, fueling the belief in a government cover-up of alien visitation or crash landing on Earth. Numerous researchers have devoted many years of their lives and themselves to investigating the Roswell incident, aiming to separate facts of the story from fiction or myths surrounding the case. These efforts have included interviewing first-hand witnesses, second-hand witnesses, analyzing available evidence, and scrutinizing government documents looking for the truth of the event. The quest for truth has been challenged by limited access to classified information and the passage of so much time. The media coverage of the Roswell incident, particularly in the early 1980s and during anniversary events like the recent 75th anniversary event, elevate the event to near mythical status. Roswell, whatever you think of it, has become synonymous with UFO crashes and government cover-ups, contributing to the rise of UFO subculture and its impact on American popular culture. The Roswell UFO crash of 1947 remains an enduring enigma. Many people believe that they have solved the mystery. However, I believe that definitive proof of what actually crashed at Roswell remains incredibly elusive. This story has been surrounded by conspiracy theories, intense research efforts, and a great deal of cultural significance. While the official explanation first pointed to a weather balloon and later a mogul balloon, which was a top secret project to measure or detect, I should say, nuclear or atomic tests by the Soviet Union. The persistence, however, of alternative narratives demonstrates the deep-seated fascination with the possibility of visitation to Earth by extraterrestrial life. The Roswell incident continues to shape public perception, serving as a touchstone in the ongoing exploration of the UFO phenomenon and our place in the universe. So we have really dug deeply into the Roswell event. And I apologize, I have not done so, but I will be adding our Roswell anniversary event to the description of this video. If you truly would like to learn more about the Roswell event, some of you guys, however deep I get is not deep enough. So if you want to go deeper, we did a Roswell 75th anniversary special event. We did interviews with Walter Bosley, Cal Korff, Don Schmidt, Kevin Randall, Tom Carey, alien scientists, and others, trying to get to the bottom of the mystery. And quite possibly, it just left me more confused. You know, I thought I had my mind made up. At one time, I really believed that what crashed was an alien spacecraft. Later, I thought it might have been an early space test or American experimental technology of some sort. That the truth about the Roswell event remains ever elusive. And I do love a great mystery. It's also important to note that many fake hoaxes and stories were created to make money have been tacked onto Roswell. We have the alien interview, we have the alien autopsy, we have the Roswell rock, we have the Roswell slides. It would appear that if you really want to make money with a fake UFO story, it's a good idea to tie your fake story to Roswell, because many people apparently, or clearly, I think, or believe that an alien spacecraft crash landed on planet Earth in Roswell, New Mexico in 1947. Therefore, many UFO profiteers have hitched their wagon to the Roswell event, claiming that they have proof of the Roswell event, such as the alien autopsy, which was reported to be an autopsy of one of the recovered aliens. Later turned out that was a complete and total fake hoaxed film. Oh, some still argue on that one too. And then, of course, we have the Roswell slides, where Jaime Maussan, well-known Mexican UFO promoter and man who has hoaxed more than anyone else, with the possible exception of Third Phase of Moon, they did an event, and there's all this hype, and they had a slide purported to be an image of one of the recovered Roswell aliens. That turned out to be a complete and totally fake story and a hoax. It turned out to be a mummy in a glass display case, a Native American little boy. So many people have hitched their hoax wagon to Roswell in the hopes of generating fame and fortune, and some have been incredibly successful. Most notably, the alien autopsy, which generated millions upon millions of dollars and continues apparently to generate money for the creators of that hoax to this day. The Roswell event is an enduring mystery. And I believe that a definitive explanation for what really happened that everyone can't argue with will never happen. There are some prevailing theories. Of course, the most popular is that what crashed was an alien spacecraft, and the United States recovered bodies and technology. But of course, there are alternative theories. Some of them get really wacky, like Annie Jacobson's book, where she claimed that the Soviet Union hoaxed the Roswell event and put deformed children that were experimented on in this craft to scare the Americans. It gets very bizarre. I like Walter Bosley's explanation, and pardon me if I get it wrong. He's very particular, but he believes that the Roswell crash may have been related to early space tests. After all, Project Paperclip brought all those rocket scientists that were working on V-2 rockets over to the United States right after World War II. And this was 1947, when for sure they would have been developing rocket technology and early space and missile technology. Then, of course, there are even alternate explanations, and some people who are very skeptical. Cal Korff has a book which details his belief that this was a mogul balloon related to a top secret government project to release balloons with instruments on them to detect radiation from atomic or nuclear bomb tests of the Soviet Union. There are multiple explanations. So who do you believe? Well, I've read it all, and I'm not quite made up my mind who I believe. The deathbed confessions in the book Children of Roswell is incredibly compelling to me and always gnaws at my mind. However, there is a great deal of testimony from people that were involved directly in the Mogul project, who essentially swear that what happened at Roswell was indeed the Mogul project. There are firsthand participants and eyewitnesses to the Mogul project that have sworn that what crashed at Roswell was one of these Mogul balloons. That's gnawed at my mind. So yeah, Roswell will likely always be an enduring mystery. I have loved this story since I first heard it, likely in an episode of Unsolved Mysteries as a child, when it was first repopularized by people like Bill Moore and Stanton Friedman and Don Schmidt, Tom Carey, and Kevin Randall. I tried my very best. We did this Roswell 75th anniversary special, and we went deep, deep down the rabbit hole looking for the truth. And like I said, the truth is very elusive when it comes to this case. And I don't believe that this mystery will ever truly be solved. I think that one of the explanations is likely correct, but which one? I would certainly love to believe that the alien hypothesis is correct. And I have trouble believing that a bunch of people on their deathbed would start telling their children about seeing the bodies of spacemen in 1947 in Roswell, New Mexico, if that wasn't what happened. Or could the explanation of some kind of deformed children being used by the Soviet Union be true? I don't think so, because Annie Jacobson in her book references Joseph Mengele being involved, and that would be literally historically impossible. But interesting. And Bottled Water is commenting, I agree. It's often been said that in order to solve Roswell, you have to chase the undertaker, because many or most of the original witnesses have died off in recent years or even decades. I mean, 1947 is 75 years ago. So if they were alive, they would have to probably be children, right? And how reliable is 75-year-old testimony from somebody who was 5 or 6 at the time, right? Bottled Water says Roswell will forever be a mystery. Everyone involved has passed away. Yes, well, luckily, we did have researchers like Kevin Randall, Don Schmidt, Tom Carey, Stanton Friedman, and Bill Moore, and others who were running around taking firsthand testimony from people before they passed away. I'm thankful for that, because at least we could get a clearer picture of what really happened, since we have a great deal of testimony. And in closing on the Roswell case, I just want to make sure that we comment on this. There is more material to digest on the Roswell UFO case than any other UFO event in history. There are more documentaries about Roswell. There are more books about Roswell. There are more websites about Roswell. There are more blogs about Roswell, podcasts about Roswell than virtually any other paranormal event. It is the big case. And if we take a moment to, this may not be the greatest measure of cultural or historical impact, but I think it's important. If you just search Roswell on Amazon, Witness to Roswell, 75th Anniversary Edition, Roswell, Top Secret. There's all kinds of Roswell merchandise. The day after Roswell, that is still being sold. For those unaware, that's the story of Philip Corso, who claimed that he somehow became in possession of some of the recovered articles from the Roswell event, and he gave them to private industry, and that's where we got things like fiber optics and Kevlar and integrated circuits. I really don't believe that that story is true or accurate. There's a lot of problems with that one. Roswell, UFO Conspiracy Unlocked. This one's a video. The Roswell cover-up 75 years later. UFOs in wartime, what they don't want you to know. Legend of the Roswell crash. I mean, friends, it just goes on and on. There's, look, we're 20 pages of Roswell stuff that you can buy. So, of course, and there was a Roswell television show as well. This is excellent, actually. If you really want a good dramatic telling of the story, this movie, this was a Hollywood movie with Jeremy Kagan as director, Kyle MacLachlan, and Martin Sheen. And I'm sorry for, I really wrecked his name. It's an excellent retelling of the story from the perspective of Jesse Marcel Sr. and perhaps Jr. I really, really enjoyed this film. And like I said, there's an endless buffet. Here's Roswell 1947 by Thomas Setme. UFOs, The Secret History. That, of course, has Roswell in it. ET's Among Us. I Know What I Saw. Father Knows Best. What does that have to do with Roswell? I don't know. Alien Conspiracy. They Are Here. There's an Unsolved Mysteries episode of Roswell. Unsealed Alien Files. That was a television show on history, right? There's all kinds of t-shirts, endless books. I have more books on Roswell than virtually anything else, any other subject. And of course, there was the television show. There's been the Hollywood movie. The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell. Latest Findings. This is Kevin Randall and Don Schmidt. There's just, I'm telling you, friends, there is an endless buffet of Roswell material that you can digest. There is more material on Roswell than any other single UFO case in history. And it's sort of overwhelming if you really decide to get into the case deeply, like I have. I read everything that I could try to get my hands on for this Roswell 75th anniversary event that we did. It would appear, it's difficult to trudge through all that there is. There's just so much volume of material. And that also troubled me because, we've got some very good researchers that find all the witnesses and interview them, but then you have some books that you might not have heard of, lesser known, and you get those books and there's somebody totally new you never heard of involved with the case before, and they're saying even more fantastical things. Like I said, Roswell has been built in layer upon layer upon layer. And the legend of Roswell keeps growing as more layers have been added over the years, in my opinion. So next, friends, we will continue our journey with the Aztec, Mexico UFO crash of 1949. Or excuse me, it's 48. Is it 48? Let me check. I'm sorry. Like I said, 1948, Aztec, New Mexico. Why do I have? Oh, I have it both ways here. So, interestingly, do you know what? I think we miss the Cape Girardeau. Oh, I know I was going to do that. Yes, the Cape Girardeau crash of 1941. We skipped. I apologize, friends. So, we're going to go to that one next. The Cape Girardeau is, I think, the weakest UFO crash story, in my opinion. The case is largely based on second and third hand reports and witnesses. I think this is the weakest. It's from one basically primary source, but not really the primary source, more like his family members. And that's problematic because when we get to, okay, so this story came to us, the original person who told the story to his family members died. Then we get to his wife who retells the story, and then she dies. And then we have his granddaughter, the original person who told the story. This is problematic at best. I do have a nice video about this one, so I think we're going to share that. Just bear with me one moment because there's commercials I have to cue. Okay, this is a recent story too. From March of 2021. Remember the original case took place in 1941. So this one was before Roswell, and it took place in Cape Girardeau, Missouri in 1941. It's a interesting story. However, I have problems with the fact that the whole story is based on second and third hand retellings of the original source of the story. But let's share with you this video. This is from a local news report from the area looking back at alleged UFO crash of 1941 near Cape Girardeau.
New video leaked from the Department of Defense showing Air Force encounters with unidentified.
Oh, 1 second. We have to put our fair use banner up. We'll start that over. I apologize, friends. This is fair use. It's transformative work. We're educating the public and critiquing the video that we are sharing. We're using this video to educate the public, and we will be discussing the information presented herein in our discussion. Our live chat is discussing what we are showing. This is therefore a transformative work, and this is covered under fair use. 1 second here. We will get back to it here, but I'm going to restart it. For those unaware as well, we may recut tonight's episode into a sort of mini documentary of sorts, depending on how things come out and what I want to add to this history. We consider it a public service to make educational free documentaries, and I think this would make a good one, given a little more time after tonight's broadcast and a little more production. So you all may be part of our studio audience for our documentary filming here. Thank you for being here. If you're just joining us, you're watching Truthseekers, and we are presenting a history of UFO crashes from 1897 to 1965. We mistakenly skipped the 1941 Cape Girardeau crash, so we're going to get into that right now, friends.
You've probably seen new video leaked from the Department of Defense showing Air Force encounters with unidentified flying objects. And Senator Marco Rubio is asking the Secretary of Defense to release a report on the sightings next month. We don't know what to expect, but we do know there's a story of a UFO crash near Cape Girardeau that still has us looking for answers. Isabel Hansen reports.
Yes, and isn't it interesting that all of this congressional attention has led to a great deal of new looks into these old stories and old cases? I'm not sure that's a good thing, because if these stories weren't proven to be 100% true when they were first sold or told, why would or should the United States government waste money looking into the cases again? But I do think for history's sake, it would be worth looking into some of these cases. This one, not so much.
I thought, Cape Girardeau, spaceship crash and aliens? You've got to be kidding me.
You might be thinking the same thing as Paul Blake Smith right now. A UFO crash in a farm field near Cape Girardeau County? Show me the facts.
Everyone was told, do not talk about this. This is a matter of national security. It didn't happen.
Just to be clear and precise, the claim is that everyone was told, that witnessed the crash was told not to talk about it. But we only have really a second and third hand account from one witness who is claiming that. It's not like we have, this is deceptive language to me, because it's not like we have 10 people that all came forward and said, yeah, they told us not to talk about this. We have one man who was a minister in the area who is now deceased. And at one point, his wife came out and told the story that he told her. Later, she died. And then the granddaughter told the story that the mother, this is where it gets complicated. So the original witness died. And the story came out in I believe the 80s, where the wife of the original witness, this minister, retold the story. And then the wife of the original witness, the minister, died. And then now we have the granddaughter of the original witness retelling the story that the father told the mother, then the mother told the daughter. If that makes any sense. I know it's kind of hard to follow, but this is why I thought that this story is the weakest, because it relies on second and third hand testimony, and we only have one witness to the event. There have been despite incredible efforts by several researchers, there have been zero corroborating witnesses that can corroborate this minister's original story, either the story his wife told that he told her, or the story that his granddaughter told that he told the wife that the wife told her. It really is on shaky ground from the very beginning. And again, there are no corroborating witnesses that have ever come forward from military or local residents. So the story is very weak as far as any corroborating witnesses or evidence or additional testimony that would support the original accounts of the story.
So did or did it not happen? Let's start with what Smith, born in Cape Girardeau, found out during his years of research.
Getting hard evidence for this has been like trying to nail Jell-O to the wall. It's very frustrating.
He tells me the crash allegedly happened late April 1941. From what Smith uncovered, he says the UFO went down in a field possibly near this one.
Yes, and that's interesting. I would think that if you had witnessed an extraterrestrial spacecraft, and even dead and alive alien extraterrestrials, you would make note of where that crash happened, but we have no details of where the crash happened, just a vague description of the general area where the crash happened. And that to me is very problematic. I would think that seeing alien spacecraft would be a once in a lifetime opportunity. Well, for most people, don't ask somebody in UFO land. And yet we don't know. There was no details given of where the actual crash site occurred.
Somewhere west of the Cape Girardeau airport between Cape and Chaffee. His main source for the crash details, the granddaughter of this man, Pastor William G. Huffman. She says someone asked her grandfather to come to the scene to pray for the victims of a plane crash.
Yeah, and this is where the story gets wonky to me. As the story goes, this man was a minister, and he received a late night phone call to come to a certain location to give last rites to the victims of a crash. He assumed it was a plane crash. However, when he got there, things took a turn for the weird, you might say, and he recounted to his wife, and I believe the wife later recounted that to the granddaughter, that what he saw were dead aliens and a crashed spacecraft. And then one alien was still living and died in front of him. Now, this is where you really have to go out on faith, I suppose, because, I asked around to some military people and asked if it is normal military policy, or, if there's a crash, do they call a minister or a priest to administer last rites to the dead or dying at the crash site? And most people told me no, they'd be more concerned with, providing medical attention to those in the crash. But who knows what you do, and then the other issue is, wouldn't it by nature, an alien spacecraft crashing and alien bodies be some sort of biological hazard? Would they know that in 1941, that maybe you don't want to just go walking around while there's dead alien bodies around you? There'd be all kinds of contamination issues, I would think. And so the entire story is kind of anchored to a very strange premise, which is that some members of the United States military were in the middle of a UFO alien spacecraft retrieval, and somebody thought enough of the aliens, maybe they were religious, to call the local minister and say, we've got a crash, you've got to come here and administer last rites to the victims. And then he did. It just seems like a stretch. That it doesn't seem like a likely thing to happen to me. if the government was in recovery of alien spacecraft and alien bodies, I would think that they would want to cover it up. You'd want as few people at that crash site as possible. You wouldn't be inviting people like, hey, come on, come and bless the dead and dying aliens for us. It's just, I have always had a problem with this story. I mean, it's a great story, but it seems very implausible. That's what it seems to me. Implausible is the best word to describe about how I feel about the premise of the story.
And he got there, he got the shock of his life. There was no cylindrical airplane with wings or propellers. There was a round silver disc that was broken open. And there was debris, metallic shards in the field that had set fire to the field.
Here's a sketch Pastor Huffman's granddaughter drew of a picture Smith says she saw of the alleged 3 victims.
One of them was apparently still alive, still breathing, as Reverend Huffman knelt over this creature. And they were about 3.5 to 4 feet tall, your typical grays, as we would call them today, with big black eyes and long, thin arms and legs. And the creature expired in front of him.
Smith.
Well, that's interesting. So he's going to give last rites to this alien, and it dies right in front of him. And then, of course, there's accounts where this minister was told this event never happened, which is interesting because that's a common thread in many of these UFO crash stories.
It tells me the U.S. military eventually arrived at the crash site, forced everyone to secrecy, and took all the evidence.
Ever since, it's a big mystery. Where did they take the physical evidence, the bodies, the debris, and the crashed vehicle that was cracked open, which Reverend Huffman said had little gauges on a kind of instrument panel and tiny little seats and some hieroglyphic writing on a silver band inside the cockpit.
Yeah, interesting that they mention hieroglyphics, which is another that's involved in, I believe, Aztec and also the Roswell case. It's a common theme, and also involved with the Kecksburg 1965 crash. All 3 of those cases mention people seeing hieroglyphic writing on the craft.
He couldn't make it out. He thought it was very mysterious.
With the facts still up in the air, we did some digging ourselves. After reaching out to the FBI, officials responded saying, quote, "We were unable to identify records responsive to your request." And the Air Force gave us a similar response. They, quote, "researched their files and found no documentation concerning this event." Air Force officials also say, quote, "A review of the histories for the Air Corps training detachment at sites in Missouri was undertaken. Regrettably, no mention was found in the official unit histories regarding such an incident."
So there are 0 corroborating documents about any sort of crash recovery or crash, period. And in fact, people have actually enlisted the help of like the local fire departments, because certainly if there was an aircraft and a big fire, the local fire departments, one of them would have been involved. I am personally aware of a researcher who checked all of them, asking for records of this event, and no one had any. So what we get with this case is a single witness who's already deceased at the time this story comes out, who told this story to his wife. She then dies, but before she dies, she tells the story to the granddaughter, who then begins discussing this with various UFO researchers. It's very, very shaky, this one.
The Cape Girardeau story should be a big bombshell story that got squelched.
What do you say to the skeptics out there?
I understand your skepticism. I come from a rather cynical family myself. We all want to see the absolute hard proof, but it was taken away and people were sworn to secrecy.
I also asked Smith if he thinks.
Yes, and a convenient common thread in many of these stories is that the government swooped in and gathered up all the evidence, and that's why we don't have evidence of it. I think that's a bit of a stretch. Somebody would talk. There would be some corroborating paperwork or evidence, some record of a fire in the town. There isn't on the apparent time of this supposed sighting.
thinks any information about the crash will be released next month in the requested report from the Director of National Intelligence and Secretary of Defense.
I'm a little pessimistic. The government has covered this up for about 80 years. I don't see them suddenly reporting to Congress and the American people, but others feel that, yes, disclosure is coming.
So, did a UFO crash in 1941 near Cape Girardeau?
Yeah, it depends on what you believe. If you really want to believe in aliens, sure, this happened. But if you're like me and you require a little bit more than a second or third hand retelling of a story that a single witness told, and then when people do exhaustive searches looking for any corroborative paperwork or documents that would support the story, find nothing, I tend to discount this story as just another story. And again, the premise of the way the story begins, it just doesn't make sense to me. If you were in the middle of a flying saucer recovery, would you really stop and get a minister to come and bless dying aliens? I mean, I'm not sure what the policy is on that, but it just seems like a stretch to me.
Says it doesn't need to stay that way.
It really should have put Cape Girardeau on the map. And to this day, it could, if someone would just come up with that physical evidence, a piece of metal, even a small one. We sure encourage you to come out and help prove this story once and for all.
Isabel Hansen, Live Local Now, Heartland News.
Yeah, so there we have it, the Cape Girardeau incident. And I have some additional information. So the Cape Girardeau UFO crash, one second here, let me take that down. Okay, so this Cape Girardeau UFO crash of 1941, like many other similar stories, has captured the imagination of the public and UFO enthusiasts and researchers especially. But if we examine the known story and its origins and delve into some particulars of the story, I think this story is built on very, very shaky ground, considering it is based largely on a single witness that was deceased when the story originally came out. And then we get the third-hand accounts now. And I don't know if you're familiar with the childhood game of telephone, but if one person tells another person even a single sentence, let alone an entire story like this, and then that person tells a third person, and then the third person tells a fourth person, we're into fourth hand now, because we have the original witness who's dead. He tells his wife before he dies. She dies, but tells her granddaughter before she dies. And then the granddaughter is telling all these stories to the researchers, who are then digesting and retelling the story. The game of telephone really, really applies to this one. How many times was the story changed slightly or inaccurate? And again, there is a lack of any corroborating testimony or documentary evidence, corroborating witnesses. Not one person ever came forward to say, "Yeah, I was a part of that recovery operation," or "Yes, I saw those alien bodies too." It's a stretch at best, this one. According to the accounts, in 1941, a UFO crashed near Cape Girardeau, Missouri. It's claimed that witnesses, including Reverend William Huffman, saw the crashed object and encountered alien beings at the site. The incident was allegedly kept secret and later covered up by a government UFO crash retrieval team. At least those are the claims. However, no corroborating evidence to support that claim can be found either. Reports suggest that the UFO debris recovered from the crash site in Cape Girardeau included metallic fragments which were once on fire near the original crash site, and that these fragments may have had peculiar or unknown properties. Then, of course, there was the presence of alien bodies, because the story involves this minister claiming to have seen and even interacted with alien beings at the crash site, one of whom was still alive when he got there but died in front of him. Descriptions through various retellings of this story from different individuals, including the minister's wife and later granddaughter, vary about what the creatures look like. There are some major inconsistencies there, but they generally both refer to small humanoid figures with distinct features and unusual attire. It's alleged that the bodies were subsequently retrieved by a secret government team and taken who knows where. So researchers, many different researchers have researched this case and sought to uncover the truth behind this Cape Girardeau UFO crash mystery. However, the lack of primary source documents, physical evidence, and verifiable eyewitness testimonies poses significant challenges to the investigation. There are no firsthand witnesses. What we have is a second and third-hand retelling of a story that this minister originally told his wife, and then she tells the story to the daughter. Very problematic. And of course, the passage of time and the absence of official documentation further complicate this research landscape. I myself tried to look into the story, and I pretty much gave up because there's no there. I was unable to find any corroborating witnesses, documentation. All we have is the story of this man's family. And by the way, I am not, attacking their credibility. I'm just stating a fact that when we get to second and third hand accounts from one witness who is deceased and we can find no other primary witnesses, it's extremely problematic. The media coverage of the Cape Girardeau UFO crash has been limited, primarily consisting of speculative articles in UFO-related publications. The sensationalized nature of some reports has contributed to the difficulty in discerning fact from fiction, and has attracted a great deal of skepticism from critics. Critical analysis reveals major inconsistencies and discrepancies within the accounts between the minister's wife and later granddaughter. Varying descriptions of the crash, the recovered UFO remains, and the alien bodies raise doubts about the veracity of the claims. And of course, there's an absence of tangible evidence and independent corroboration, which adds to the skepticism surrounding the entire event. The Cape Girardeau UFO crash of 1941 does, however, remain a captivating episode within UFO lore. However, a critical examination of the available evidence reveals significant limitations and inconsistencies. Again, there's a lack of corroborating evidence, primary sources, and verifiable testimonies, and this hinders the quest for establishing the truth behind this alleged event. Cape Girardeau, to me, has always been an interesting story, but again, we've talked about these similar threads. A lot of times what we're left with is just a story. And if you decide to simply believe that story, you can. However, I've always required a little more before giving my belief to a story, knowing full well that a great number of stories within the world of UFOs are completely fake, made up by people seeking attention or seeking money or fame. This one is perhaps the weakest in our presentation tonight insofar as available proof or evidence. It's built on very shaky ground. My husband told me this. Then the wife tells her daughter, and she's talking to researchers saying, my mother told me this, and my father told her this. Third and fourth hand is the way that we're getting this story. There is no direct connection through a primary eyewitness source. So I have always sort of discounted this one, but you may feel differently. Let me know what you think in the comments or in the live chat about the Cape Girardeau case. All right, moving right along, friends. We're trucking along, but we are over 2 hours here. So you know what? I think we're going to take a short, no, we'll just keep going. Let me take a moment, though, to recognize the live chat. Don't mean to ignore you guys. Troll says Grush needs some UFO grifters to take him out and buy him whiskey. Oh, that is mean. Troll. Coming from a recovering alcoholic. Paul Shields says broken telephone. Yes. Asman says Grush, I believe he knows someone who knew someone who talked to someone who worked on UFOs. Yeah, that's it. That's definitely it. So we will continue our journey, and I apologize. Boy, I may have to edit this and re-upload it. I wanted to go in chronological order, and I apologize. I somehow missed the Cape Girardeau case, but it's okay. Through the magic of editing, maybe we'll re-upload this, or maybe I'll just put them in the right order if we do make a sort of mini documentary about tonight's presentation. So previous to the Cape Girardeau, we covered Roswell, New Mexico, the most famous UFO crash case in the history of UFO crash cases. But next we will move on to Aztec, New Mexico, 1948 crash. I have some, boy, where's there was somebody that used to constantly demand slides from me. And that was because, I don't know, did I not have Aztec? I thought I had some Aztec images. One second, please, friends. Oh, and before we move forward, I apologize. I had some visual aids for the Cape Girardeau case. This is recreation of what the minister apparently saw. A round metallic object crashed with a hole in it and bodies spewing about. So there's an artist recreation. And then apparently, you know, this is a scene from a recreation. Somebody holding up one of the aliens while the minister was praying over it. This is perhaps I don't know if it's the best book on the Cape Girardeau incident. It's a book that I have by George Dunning, just simply called The Cape Girardeau 1941 UFO Incident. And this is another artist's depiction of what the minister claims to have witnessed, a metallic object with a hole in it and bodies spewing about. And that would be the Cape Girardeau story. Next, my friends, we're going to get into the Aztec, New Mexico case. But give me a moment. Let me see. I somehow forgot. Let me see if we have any. Like many of the stories that we're covering tonight, the Aztec UFO incident has had many books and documentaries written about it. It is a very controversial case that people still debate and argue over. Interestingly, this one involves a great number of bodies. And here are some of the books. The Aztec UFO Incident by Scott Ramsey and Suzanne Ramsey. And I have to say, I discount this story, or have discounted this story, and then somebody told me, no, this couple, Scott Ramsey and Suzanne Ramsey, have done an incredible amount of work to try to establish that it is a true story and it wasn't a hoax. Largely, the Aztec story was discounted as a hoax. Here we see there is a placard here. Yeah. So the Aztec incident is very controversial. If you go to Wikipedia, Wikipedia will just straight tell you that it is a hoax because of the dubious characters involved that were literal con men. That's right. This story originated with con artists. Con artists told this story to a UFO researcher, proven con artists who were running some kind of a strange con where they claimed they had a machine that could locate oil for people. If that were true, they'd be billionaires and wouldn't need to be selling alien and UFO stories, but here we are. And here's the Aztec UFO crash, the government cover-up of UFOs and recovered alien technology. And of course, like I said, the entire story begins and ends with a couple of con artists telling the story, proven con artists, telling the story to a UFO researcher. It then became the subject of an incredibly famous book. Let's begin with our exploration of the Aztec UFO crash. The Aztec, New Mexico crash of 1941, like the other cases, has attracted significant attention and speculation within the realm of UFO phenomena. We can provide you with an overview of the known story and its historical origins, as well as explore the conspiracy theories surrounding an alleged alien spacecraft and cover-up. We'll delve a little bit into the media coverage and the historical impact of the incident and its significance in American culture. Additionally, it should be noted that there is a connection between the primary male character's name in the X-Files television and movie series and this case. This is where Mulder got his name. The Aztec, New Mexico UFO crash of 1949 has become an enigmatic event that has fueled speculation, arguments, debate, and conspiracy theories. According to accounts, in 1949, an unidentified flying object reportedly crashed near Aztec, New Mexico. Witnesses described a large disc-shaped craft with alleged extraterrestrial origins. The incident quickly gained attention but faded into obscurity until a years later overview of the known story. So essentially, if we were to believe Wikipedia, and this is where it gets interesting because this is where the arguments begin. People say that Wikipedia got the whole case wrong. However, one second. Wikipedia labels it, actually, and I'm going to show you this. Wikipedia labels it as a crashed saucer hoax. According to Wikipedia, it was a flying saucer crash alleged to have happened in 1948 in Aztec, New Mexico. The story was first published in 1949 by author Frank Scully. So Scully from the X-Files. There's the X-Files connection. If nothing else, this story has had a huge impact on popular culture because the character called Scully in the X-Files is based on the author of this book and original article. He wrote his original article in Variety magazine columns and later in the 1950 book Behind the Flying Saucers, which was a pivotal book. The book Behind the Flying Saucers started the entire genre of books about flying saucers and aliens and UFOs. It really popularized things, and I think laid the groundwork for the contactee movement and other people claiming to see flying saucers or aliens. The story, according to Wikipedia, was exposed as a hoax fabricated by two con men, Silas M. Newton and Leo A. Gaubauer, as part of a fraudulent scheme to sell supposed alien technology. Beginning in the 1970s, some ufologists resurrected the story in books, claiming the purported crash was real. In 2013, an FBI memo claimed by some ufologists to substantiate the crash story was dismissed by the Bureau as a second or third-hand claim we never investigated. So, at least in this case, there is a document here. This is an FBI document. An investigator for the Air Force stated that 3 so-called flying saucers had been recovered in New Mexico. They were described as being circular in shape with raised centers approximately 50 feet in diameter. Each one was occupied by 3 bodies of human shape but only 3 foot tall. Dressed in metallic cloth of very fine texture, each body was bandaged in a manner similar to the blackout suits used by speed flyers and test pilots. According to Mr. Redacted informant, the saucer was found in New Mexico due to the fact, it's hard to make this out, I'm sorry, that the government has very high-powered radar set up in the area that it believed the radar interferes with the controlling mechanics of the saucers. So this story, one explanation for why the Roswell crash happened was that there was powerful radars in the area that somehow interferes with the control or electronic or navigation systems or propulsion systems of the alien spacecraft, causing them to crash. I've always thought that was a stretch, but people did find historical examples of high power radar stations right in the area where this crash took place. I always found that interesting that, well, at least that part of the story is true. Yes, there was high power radar there. According to Scully, in March 1948, an unidentified aerial craft containing 16 humanoid bodies was recovered by the military in New Mexico after making a controlled landing in Hart Canyon, 12 miles northeast of the city of Aztec. The craft was said to be 99 feet in diameter, the largest UFO to date. Scully named as his sources 2 men identified as Newton and Gebauer, who reportedly told him the incident had been covered up and the military had taken the craft for secret research. Scully wrote that that the crashed UFO, along with other flying saucers captured from the government, came from Venus and worked on magnetic principles, according to Scully. The inhabitants stocked concentrated food wafers and heavy water for drinking purposes, and every dimension of the craft was divisible by 9. That's a strange detail. During the late 1940s and early 50s, Silas Newton and Leo Gebauer traveled through Aztec, attempting to sell devices known in the oil business as doodle bugs. They claimed that these devices could find oil, gas, and gold, and that they could do so because they were based on alien technology recovered from a supposed crash of a flying saucer. When J.P. Kahn of the San Francisco Chronicle asked the con men for a piece of metal from the supposed alien devices, they provided him with a sample that turned out to be ordinary aluminum. In 1949, author Frank Scully published a series of columns in Variety magazine retelling the crash story told to him by Newton and Gebauer. He later expanded these columns to create the book Behind the Flying Saucers. In 1950, it was a best-selling book that influenced public perception about UFOs. 2 years later, in 1952, the hoax was exposed in True magazine with a follow-up article in 1956 presenting other victims of Newton and Gebauer. One of the victims was the millionaire Herman Flater, who pressed charges. The two were convicted of fraud in 1953. So it would appear that this whole story would seem to be an invention of 2 con artists who were trying to sell something called a doodle bug, which is basically a fake device to locate oil and gas deposits. According to Wikipedia, however, there was still an influence on ufology because through the mid-1950s to the early 1970s, most ufologists considered the subjects thoroughly discredited and therefore avoided it. In 1966, the book Incident at Exeter mentioned rumors of dead alien bodies stored at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. These rumors inspired the 1968 novel, The Fortec Conspiracy. In 1974, Robert Spencer Carr publicly claimed the alien bodies recovered near Aztec were stored at Hangar 18 at Wright-Patterson, prompting official denials from the Air Force. However, in the late 70s, author Leonard Stringfield purported that not only was the incident real, but the craft involved was one of the many captured and stored by the U.S. military. In later years, many alleged first-hand accounts of the Roswell crash contained the Aztec crash story, with some claiming the craft was made of a material impervious to all heat, while others claiming the craft was damaged by the crash. The supposed humanoid bodies were said to measure between 36 inches and 42 inches in height and weigh around 40 pounds. Ufologists claim that shortly after the craft was down, the military cleared the area of evidence, including the bodies, subsequently taking it to Hangar 18 at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. So there's a common thread again. People claim the military cleared the area of evidence, including the bodies. And then, of course, there was the FBI memo. UFO enthusiasts discovered what has become known as the HODL memo, which was available for viewing in the FBI's Vault website. Though the memo had never been classified and had been making the rounds online for some years, it was seen as proof of an official cover-up by the U.S. government. The memo contained a report of a man named Guy Hotel, who the FBI agent in charge of the Washington field office at the time. It was addressed to J. Edgar Hoover and indexed in the FBI records. But this was standard practice at the time. It was later discovered that Hotel's story was a retelling of a January 6, 1950 article published in the Wyandotte Echo, a Kansas City, Kansas newspaper. The Echo article itself was a retelling of the account from a local car salesman and a radio station advertising manager. Ultimately, the details within the FBI memo can be traced directly back to the initial hoax story. After the memo was posted on the FBI website, it received over 1 million views within 2 years. The FBI issued a press release concerning the memo and addressing the memo's context and possible connection to a hoax. The Bureau wrote, "Finally, the HODL memo does not prove the existence of UFOs. It is simply a second or third-hand claim that we never investigated. Some people believe the memo repeats a hoax that was circulating at the time, but the Bureau's files have no information to verify that theory." So what we get is essentially con artists, and we get, again, what we saw in the Cape Girardeau, a retelling of a retelling of a retelling. Again, a game of telephone. As far as real and documented evidence, I'm sorry to this couple who have spent years of their life researching this, writing books, documentaries. I don't believe that this is a real case. I don't believe that this event happened. I believe this event was made up by con artists in order to sell people their wares, which was a fake device that allegedly would help you locate, deposits of natural gas and oil. Such a device doesn't exist, but they used the story to make people believe it exists because they based the story of their device on being a machine essentially recovered from this flying saucer. So it was alien technology. That's why they had technology no one else had. And of course, the two people who originally told the story to the original author were convicted of fraud. So they're convicted con artists is where this story begins. Now, where it gets interesting is that many people do a great deal of mental gymnastics, and many people have sent me messages and told me that I have to take a second look at the story. I have, and there is a couple who has been investigating this story for quite some time. However, I find that their research methods are extremely poor, and that these people are doing anything they can to do the mental gymnastics to still believe that this story is true, even though it's based on two con artists telling a tall tale to rip people off. Now, people claim that they have researched this and found this or found that, but I found some significant sources that indicate that this couple should not be trusted to do real research. Essentially, they're true believers trying to find evidence to support their pre-drawn beliefs. That's what I believe. UFO, and this is from the Farmington Daily Times. Boy, we're really citing excellent sources tonight. For UFO authors Scott and Suzanne Ramsey, the truth is still out there. After self-publishing their 2012 book, The Aztec Incident: Recovery at Heart Canyon, the couple, along with Frank Thayer, have just published a new expanded edition. So here we have 2 editions of the book. Must have been very successful to warrant a second publishing with an expanded edition. Scott Ramsey said during a phone interview on Monday from the couple's home in North Carolina that they are still adding to the 1948 flying saucer story that has captivated them since the late 1980s. When we self-published our book, he said, within a year, we had more people knocking on our door with new information, Scott Ramsey said. We're still getting leads. And when I first heard about the Aztec UFO, I said, I'll have this whole thing figured out in 16 months tops. That was late 1986. I was a young guy back then. So to their credit, they keep looking into it. But when we consider the shaky ground that the story came from, you'd really have to find some overwhelming evidence that the story is not a hoax. And I don't believe that they have so far. But because so many people encouraged me to look into their research, I did. And I found it to be extremely flawed. Like I said, it appears that they just believe the story is true. So they're trying to find things to support their pre-drawn belief that the story is true. And that's not a real good or proper way to approach a story. The crash continues to provide more and more leads, the couple says. They are considering spending the next few years continuing to gather more and more leads and evidence and releasing a 3rd edition of their latest findings. I don't care where the answers lead. I just want to know the truth, Suzanne Ramsey said. We just love gathering facts. It's the greatest treasure hunt. But isn't it interesting? There's this whole article that the story is true and this couple believes it's true. Go try to find their evidence. It's a little elusive. The Ramseys say what really drives them is their interest in the event has very little to do with the aliens from outer space. It's history and research, not the tinfoil hat crowd. If somebody says they lived in Aztec, we pull the tax records. It's a lot of detective work, Scott Ramsey said. You watch these new UFO shows, there's only a handful of people doing real research. The majority of the people are just doing fluff. We're trying to do legitimate historical research. A former college professor and accountant, Monty Shriver, spent about a year researching the fabled crash near Aztec after first reading their 2012 book. The work resulting in his self-publishing his own book in response to the Aztec incident called It's About Time. So here we have multiple people coming out with books. I have looked a little more deeply into their research, and I have to say, for the people that encouraged me to, you know, I get that you, like them, I think, really just want to believe that the story is true. It's very problematic to me that the whole story centers on or was created by literal con artists. It's really, really a problem. And according to many researchers I like and respect, the research of these 2 individuals is garbage. That's a quote from a researcher that I like and respect. I asked around. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't being too dismissive. However, most serious researchers regard this story as a hoax. Now, does that mean for sure it's a hoax? No, but you know, if it looks like a duck, all indications are that the story was created by con artists and didn't have evidence to support these fantastic claims. Additionally, there is a I'm going to show you this 1 second here. Of course, I'm having trouble now. 1 second. We have one more piece to share there. Oh, yeah. So there's an article in the Journal of Scientific Exploration. Here, I'll share this. And it really, there's a PDF file. I'm going to add this to the description of the video. 1 second. Let me make sure that we add that, because if you're very interested in this, I don't want to spend 5 hours here. We really can only give you so much information, but I am going to add this link to the description of the video. I've already done so. It's from the Journal of Scientific Exploration, and it is a very critical look at this story. And additionally, this PDF, which you can download for free and read the whole article, is a real education into the discovery, how hoaxes are created. And it really attacks Ramsey for their, we'll go over a little bit of this. Ramsey writes that in April 1948, take notice of the date, Reed's military team was dispatched for a crash cleanup, as Fred would later describe to me years later in 1999. The cleanup at the Hart Canyon site has to be of anything left by the craft, which he later learned was a UFO, and by a subsequent military presence at the site. But this was not the story, as Ramsey does not inform his readers, that Reed provided in a strikingly different account just a few days before he faced questions, perhaps seriously leading ones from the investigator. So what we get is this person Ramsey from this couple that are, making books and documentaries. They're leading witnesses, and their witnesses are telling multiple different stories. That's extremely problematic. It's extremely problematic. Yeah. In attempting to rehabilitate the Aztec case, Ramsey falls into the fatal error of defending the indefensible, namely Scully, Newton, and Gebauer, rather than conceding their manifest deficiencies and drawing up on the Aztec episode that is not so fundamentally dependent upon their being, not so fundamentally dependent upon their being who they clearly weren't. So there's lots of problems with the original people, and these researchers that are trying to still sell this story are just making excuses. Ramsey's defense is unlikely to sway any but the guile-free readers. To any critics, Ramsey responds with the self-serving words of Scully, Newton, and Gebauer, presented as the equivalent of divine revelation standing unshaken against the darkly driven contrary charges of Khan, portrayed invariably as pursuing a petty vendetta. And Khan was the person from CAHN. That was the other journalist who went and busted the story as fake after Scully went to great lengths to sell the story, and the story became a best-selling book. This other journalist went and busted the story as fake. Khan emerges as an old-fashioned, aggressive, shoe-leather reporter of a type sorely missed in this era of celebrity journalism. So, I appreciate that everybody wanted me to take a second look based on this couple's research, but it appears that this couple's research is trash. And I'm sorry to say that. That's just my assessment. And by the way, there's multiple sources that kind of confirm that that couple's research is very problematic at best. So what we're left with in the story of Aztec is a story that is still culturally significant. After all, the term Scully from the X-Files came from this case. And some say that the original creator of the X-Files based the character Scully on the UFO investigator for this case, who was largely influential. After all, his book, Behind the Flying Saucers, paved the way for the entire genre of books that never existed before he created that book on flying saucers and alien encounters. Very, very interesting. All right, so we are going to move on, friends. We have just one case left, I can't tell you. We're going to make it through, friends. We'll see. We're at 2 hours and 36 minutes. I had no idea how long this was going to take. Next, we will continue with our coverage tonight. If you're just joining us, you're watching Truthseekers, and this is our special report on UFO crashes from 1897. This is our special report on UFO crashes from 1897 up until 1965. So next we get one of my favorite cases, and that would be the Kecksburg UFO crash. And now, why is that one of my favorite cases? It's because it's from Pennsylvania, and I live in Pennsylvania. Was born and raised in Pennsylvania, and I happened to go to the crash site and the town of Kecksburg and investigate the case myself. What you get when you visit there is a sleepy, small little farm town with not much. They got like a store in the middle of the town, a post office, a few other things. It's really just a sleepy, small farm town in the middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania. And to be quite honest with you, I think it was like a 4 or 5 hour drive for me, maybe 4 hours. I don't know. I was completely and totally underwhelmed. I went there, I saw the town, not very impressed. I got information on where the crash site was and got as close to it as I can. It's private property. You can only go so far. And, just in the middle of a field in a farm, well, there's some woods and things. Nothing to see. The only thing to see in the entire town is the monument to the Kecksburg case. Somebody did a recreation, and then they have a sort of monument that is a tourist attraction there in the town that you too can go and have your picture taken in front of. So we'll start with that. This is what the object, this is a recreation of the object, and this is what the object was apparently supposed to be. Now, there are multiple theories of what this object was. And of course, like many other stories, the object apparently crashed. It came down. It was described as a fireball. Interestingly, however, there are several firsthand witness accounts of both the object in the sky and the object crashing and the object being recovered by members of the military. Interesting also to me is that the object, while it was flaming and coming down, was apparently under intelligent control and making turns. And many believed that it was trying to make it was in trouble and trying to make some sort of controlled crash landing. And people have also theorized that what was seen was a meteor. However, meteors don't turn in mid-flight. And there were several witnesses, according to Stan Gordon, the most well-known researcher of this story. This is a shot of Stan Gordon. He lived in the area as a child, and this has affected his entire life, put him on a path of becoming, I suppose, what you would call a paranormal investigator. Stan Gordon researches not just aliens and UFOs, but Bigfoot and cryptid creatures and shadow people and all kinds of strange phenomenon. We have interviewed Mr. Gordon here several times. He's a good guy, and I think he really is out to try to find the truth. A little bit, to my understanding, he really believes this stuff. Like genuinely, he really believes it's all true, and he's digging for the truth behind these strange and unusual stories and strange and unusual sightings. And of course, Kecksburg has a UFO festival every year, which is interesting. And here I kind of spoiled. We're going to save that one for a specific reason. So the very next case, of course, is our Kecksburg UFO crash of 1965. And this case, like the rest of them, has really captured the interest of the public, especially UFO enthusiasts, but even skeptics and researchers for decades. It is a great mystery, and there is multiple explanations. Some people believe it was a Russian satellite that came down. And this, of course, would explain the military presence, cordoning off the area, picking up the object, putting on a flatbed, covering it, and getting out of there. The Kecksburg event has had a significant cultural impact, but we will explore the explanations or possible explanations for what the Kecksburg incident was, including prosaic causes such as a Russian satellite. After all, it's important that we recognize that if the United States government, if a Russian satellite was coming down, and by the way, there was a Russian re-entry, a satellite coming down at the time of this event. And many people believe that what came down was a Russian satellite. By the way, an interesting historical note, the very first show that I did, not on Truthseekers, but my previous show, The Midnight Hour, was on this event because I live in Pennsylvania. So there's various explanations. Some people believe that what came down was an alien spacecraft. Some people believe what came down was a Russian satellite. Some believe it was a meteor. And some believe that it was some other form of space debris. And we'll see more details about that. So we'll give you a quick overview of the Kecksburg UFO crash. On December 9th, 1965, reports emerged of a mysterious object that was crashing near Kecksburg, Pennsylvania. Witness descriptions varied, but many described it as an acorn-shaped or similar to a bell. The incident quickly attracted attention and speculation about the origins of the mysterious object. Conspiracy theories suggest that the crash object in Kecksburg was an alien spacecraft. These theories, as in many other stories, propose a cover-up by the secret government or military UFO crash retrieval team, alleging that they recovered the remains of the craft and intimidated witnesses to maintain secrecy. As we have detailed in other of our cases here this evening, that's another common thread. Witnesses were intimidated, even threatened with their lives. This event never happened. You never saw this. This is a common thread in UFO crash stories. It's in almost all of them. And I find that interesting that, you know, if we pick apart these stories, we begin to see a lot of different common threads among these stories. And as different as they all are, they're also very similar in many respects. Okay, so according to witness accounts, the crashed object crashed to the ground but was more or less intact. Witnesses reported hieroglyphic-like markings and symbols, hieroglyphic-like markings and symbols on the bottom of the craft, which was about the size of a Volkswagen Beetle. Adding to the intrigue and its origin and potential extraterrestrial nature, and again, we have a common thread, hieroglyphics. We've heard a description of these craft having hieroglyphics on them in multiple of these UFO crash cases. UFO researcher Stan Gordon is perhaps well known for conducting extensive investigations into this Kecksburg UFO crash. His research has included interviewing firsthand eyewitnesses, analyzing available evidence, and documenting various testimonies of firsthand eyewitnesses. In that sense, the evidence here is very strong because Stan Gordon has interviewed everyone that saw the object, everyone that saw the object crash, everyone that was near the crash site and saw the military presence. There is a great deal of firsthand eyewitness testimony that has been documented by Mr. Gordon over the years. Other researchers have also explored the incident, aiming to uncover the truth behind the mysterious object and event. Media coverage of the Kecksburg incident has been both local and national, and even at times international, and it has brought attention to the event and contributed to its lasting impact. The incident remains a notable case within UFO lore and has shaped public interest in unidentified aerial phenomenon. Stan Gordon's work especially has been instrumental in disseminating information and fostering discussions surrounding this Kecksburg UFO incident. And while conspiracy theories abound around this case, alternative explanations suggest prosaic or earthly causes for the Kecksburg UFO crash. One such explanation proposes that the crash may have been related to a Russian satellite that re-entered the Earth's atmosphere around the same time. And its flight path would have possibly put Kecksburg on the map as the place it would crash. This perspective highlights the importance of considering all possibilities before jumping to an alien explanation when investigating such incidents. The Kecksburg UFO crash of 1965 continues to intrigue researchers, UFO enthusiasts, and skeptics alike. The presence of conspiracy theories surrounding an alien spacecraft and government cover-up has perpetuated the mystery, I should say. Rigorous investigation and critical analysis are necessary, as in all cases, to separate fact from speculation. The Kecksburg incident's significance in American culture and its enduring legacy underscore the importance of continued research to shed light on what truly happened that fateful day. So interestingly, I have something very interesting to share, because every once in a while, something new breaks in the case. And so in order to prepare for tonight's broadcast, I looked into, has anything new come out? And asked around, and I was sent something very interesting. Interesting, but problematic, and we're going to see why in a moment. So not long ago, friends, somebody suddenly started claiming that they had original images that were never seen before of the Kecksburg recovery operation and the Kecksburg craft. They also claimed they had a video of the actual alien spacecraft, which is very interesting, however, problematic. And we'll see why in just a moment. And let me see, where is this from? This is just from 5 months ago. So this is a recent video that somebody uploaded to YouTube. Oh, wait a minute. 1 second here. We'll get that up. And of course, the video is titled Real Video and Photos of the Kecksburg UFO UAP Incident. Real video and photos. I've been interested in this case for my whole life. I've never known there was real video and real photos of the event. This YouTuber claims that that's exactly what he has, real photos and video of the event.
I do have a UFO channel dedicated to this stuff. I'll leave a link down below in the description as always, so check the description for the link to the new channel. But I wanted to present to you guys something that I thought was very interesting. So in 1965, December, I think it was December 9th or 10th, there was a flying object that was reported that crashed near Kecksburg, and that's actually in Pennsylvania. Now, with this, there were eyewitness accounts of this as well, which finds it very
well, that's true.
A lot of people saw, and I believe it traveled across several different states. But about a couple of days later, kind of like the Roswell incident, someone came back and said, oh, no, it was something else that kind of transpired from that. Then they try to report back and say it was a
they said it was a meteor
shower, which actually happens in December, but we don't know the exact days in which it occurs. And you have to be somewhere really dark for you to be able to see this. And there was only one meteor, apparently,
by the way, this is fair
that
use,
happened during this point in time. But what I wanted to show to you guys was a couple of possibly alleged photos from what was recovered there. And then also I want to show you a video clip too. So here's going to be one of the photos here from what was recovered from there.
This is alleged to be a real photo.
You may not have seen this, but I did want to show this to you. And then there's going to be another photo as well. As you guys see there is apparently allegedly what crashed there in the background. Then, of course, 2 trucks on the left and right of this. And then the next photo you guys are going to see is going to be a little bit clearer.
Interesting. These purport to be real photos of the event. And this person, YouTube, is claiming that they are.
All right,
in
here's
those
going to be
titles.
another photo that you guys see here with the guy standing right next to it. Now, this could have been photoshopped or something, though there's no exact timestamp or location or more information on this, but I did want to show this to you guys. But what you're actually going to see next is apparently some actual footage of something like this flying. This could have
Apparently,
been the bell that the Nazis created,
yes.
or it could have been them trying to get this craft to actually fly again. But here's going to be the footage for it.
And this is purported to be a video of the actual Kecksburg UFO craft. Let me know what you think in the comments or the live chat.
Here it is played again, then I'll slow it down. Now, this could be a couple of 1,000,001 things, but I at least wanted to show this to you. So I'm going to slow it down and let it play and let you guys kind of analyze it, and I'll play it again.
So again, this is reported to be actual video of the Kecksburg UFO craft that crashed in Kecksburg in 1965. Looks very grainy, right? It looks like 8mm film or something from World War II even, doesn't it? Very strange. Yeah, why is it flying if it was found crashed? Very good point from Flip Out. Very, very interesting that after all these years, we finally get real photos and real video of the event and the craft involved, or do we? Let me know what you think in the comment. Let me know what you think in the live chat. Is this genuine footage of the Kecksburg's object, the Kecksburg craft? Were those genuine
There it is, kind of
photos?
slow down. This could be 1,000,001 things, guys, but I at least wanted to show this to you of this alleged footage of this actual craft flying. So don't forget, a link is in the description to my new channel. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for the next video.
Yeah, so that's it for that. Now, is this, like I said, every once in a while, some new information or claimed new information comes out about the case. And in some cases, you know, I'm not aware of it. So I'm just catching up these last couple of weeks and find somebody claiming, and let's be clear, this is like the third phase, you know, in the video. Oh, I don't know if this is real or not. In the title, real pictures, real still images and video of the Kecksburg UFO crash. No, they're not. They're completely and totally fake. And I know that for a specific reason. We researched both images and we researched the video. And here is what we found. The still images are from a recreation from a television show. And that is what the image that he is showing. It's from a recreation for a television show. Both the still images that he showed came from the same television shows. I believe it was Unsolved Mysteries, where they created a prop craft to look like the witness descriptions. And they recreated the whole event, including the military people there, the military trucks there, the craft being put on the back of a flatbed. All of that was recreated in the television show. Now, interestingly, that's the town's recreation, and this is the television show's recreation. So there have been two, you know, life-size, apparently life-size recreations of the craft were created. Interesting that they're so similar. So you have to be very cautious when somebody claims there's new evidence available. And this, of course, is from Stan Gordon's piece, Kecksburg, The Untold Story. The very best of all the available evidence is included in this. If you're very interested in this specific case, I highly encourage you to check that out. Stan Gordon has been researching this case for decades. And again, there's the Kecksburg UFO Festival happens every year. So if you're in the area, maybe that's something that you would want to check out. Now, as far as the video that this person showed, that too was not what he pretended it to be. The video footage that we saw was actually grained up, cropped image from a History Channel show that covered the Nazi bell. And while we're on that, there have been many connections made to the Nazi Bell story. For those unaware, apparently the Nazis, or allegedly the Nazis, were experimenting with some kind of anti-gravity and time propulsion and free energy technology, resulting in the Glocke, or the Nazi Bell, which was purported or alleged to be a Nazi wonder weapon under development. And some people go very far down this rabbit hole and claim that since the Kecksburg craft looks an awful lot like what witnesses of the De Glocke or Nazi Bell described, that somehow the Nazis time traveled from the 1940s into the future and also must have teleported somehow to Kecksburg, Pennsylvania. And there are stories of people saying people in Nazi uniforms get out of the craft. I'm not saying that that happened or that is accurate, but again, we can see with the Kecksburg UFO case that people add on to the legend, and the story gets crazier and crazier the deeper you go. Now, for Stan Gordon, I believe that Stan Gordon is still adamant that this was a alien spacecraft. Apparently, Mr. Gordon found another eyewitness to strange events that happened directly after the crash and recovery, in which this person who claimed to be some sort of delivery truck driver delivered ceramic bricks to a local military base. And while there, he saw what could only be described as an alien being on a stretcher outside the craft, and the craft was in this huge hangar. And apparently, the ceramic bricks were required. The ceramic bricks were somehow required because the craft used some kind of ceramic-based composite. I don't really understand that part of the story, but if you were to believe Stan Gordon and his recent talks on this, somebody delivered ceramic bricks to a local military base that they somehow used to shield. I don't know if they created a shield around the craft out of ceramic bricks, but while delivering these bricks, this truck driver claims to have seen some sort of alien body in the hangar with the acorn-shaped craft. There have been multiple add-ons to the story and retelling after retelling after retelling. Again, one of the theories is that this was the Nazi Bell, and they time traveled from the 1940s to 1965 somehow, and also must have teleported, or, you know, I really don't understand that part of the story, or I have never given that version of the story much credence. But the Kecksburg incident is an enduring mystery. It's also interesting to note that so many people have looked into this, including myself. I was convinced for a time that this was a Russian satellite. I believe they were called Cosmos satellites. Because if you look at a Russian Cosmos satellite, you know, they could be considered very acorn shaped, right? Or portions of it could be considered acorn shaped. If we look at Cosmos 954, which would be period correct, the nose cone of that, certainly, here I will share this with you. And remember that one of these is purported to have been coming down in that area. Others say no, it went further than Kecksburg, Pennsylvania, and it crashed in Canada. But we could see if we take just the nose cone piece off of this thing, that's very similar to what some of the witnesses described. Many people, including John Ventry, one-time MUFON researcher, claimed that he solved the mystery, and it was a Russian satellite that came down around the same time, around the same area of this alleged alien event. And here we see some more images of what could be a possible explanation. But there's even more explanations, because other researchers have claimed that they also solved the mystery. But again, I believe that the definitive smoking gun evidence of exactly what that object was has been very, very elusive. And then there is a researcher named Bob Gross, I believe, and we'll share that with you. He also, so we've got John Ventry claiming, I've solved the mystery. It was a Russian satellite that came down. And if we were to, if we really critically think about it, there was various eyewitnesses to a massive military presence, military trucks, flatbeds, a crane, an entire, force of military men in military uniforms that came and recovered this object, put it on a flatbed, and got out of there. They hauled ass out of there, one witness said, I believe. If in 1965 a Russian satellite had come down in a sleepy small town in Pennsylvania, absolutely the United States military or someone from the government would have went and picked it up. This may explain all those reports of this military presence that came into the crash site. Remember, there's all these people went to the crash site when they seen this fireball coming down, and they encounter an oppressive military force that cordoned off the area. How many times have we heard that? And brought in trucks. And they kept pushing people back so that people couldn't get a good view of the object or what was going on. But several people do claim that they got very close to the object, which was on the ground, essentially in a crater. The oppressive military force picked up this object, put it on a flatbed, covered it, and they all disappeared, and the original witnesses were never quite sure where they took the object. Mr. Stan Gordon believes that he knows where they took it, which is a very close nearby military base, at least initially. After that, there are various stories of where it ended up. Did it end up in Area 51? Did it end up at Los Alamos or at Wright-Patterson's Air Force Base in the Foreign Technology Division? Things get dicey and sketchy and into just the realm of speculation because there's no firsthand witnesses except for this truck driver who claims to deliver a load of ceramic bricks for some reason directly after the crash to a nearby military base. Kecksburg is going to be an enduring mystery, I believe. And we have another researcher who says in or about 2023, Leslie Kane began to conduct interviews related to the alleged Kecksburg UFO crash. At some point, she interviewed Nicholas L. Johnson, chief scientist for orbital debris at NASA Johnson Space Center. Nicholas Johnson gave Leslie Keane at least two hints, indirect suggestions about the 1965 Kecksburg UAP case. One, U.S. reconnaissance satellites dropped film buckets following secret missions over the Soviet Union, and sometimes the buckets fell where they were not supposed to. Number two, Johnson checked a launch and retrieval times and determined there was no secret mission that could have led to an inadvertent re-entry of a capsule on December 9th, 1965. Nicholas Johnson went on to say that a golden film bucket was the only man-made thing he could think of that could have fallen out of space at that time. So interestingly, there were these film buckets that would drop out of, essentially, rockets were shot up to surveil with these satellites to surveil the Soviet Unions. And remember, this is before digital video and all of that, so they would take pictures with film. And then the film bucket was this huge golden bucket that would drop down and then be recovered by the government. The film developed for their spying purposes. So Nicholas Johnson essentially tells Leslie Keane that it could be the only thing that he could think of. There was no other American capsules or satellites that came down. This researcher goes on to say, it seems as if Leslie Keane Kane did not follow up on Nicholas Johnson's hints. As a result, in August, Kane filed a joint motion for dismissal in federal court as there was nothing more she could do. The search was completed. The post-settlement lasted 2 years. Yes, so Leslie Kane filed all these FOIAs trying to find out what the object was. This researcher writes, in 2016, I became obsessed with solving the 1965 Kecksburg UAP mystery. As an academic, I read the existing Kecksburg-related research, analyzed the literature, and generated essential questions to help guide my scientific research. I studied everything available about the Kecksburg issue. 2, I used as many different sources as possible. I collected information from investigations, books, the internet, and my own interviews. In addition, I favored primary sources such as autobiographies, diaries, emails, interviews, letters, minutes, film or video footage, official records, raw research data, speeches, and declassified reports. More importantly, I began to conduct inquiries into top secret government projects that seemed connected to the Kecksburg case. In short, I think I effectively solved the 1965 Kecksburg UAP case. My research indicated a Corona satellite was launched from Vandenberg Air Force Base on December 9, 1965. That satellite housed a golden acorn-shaped film bucket that very likely landed at Kecksburg, PA on December 9, 1965. That satellite was not in orbit around Earth before it landed at Kecksburg in a semi-controlled manner. The documented loss of control gas served as relevant and reliable evidence that the golden acorn-shaped film bucket inside the Corona SRV was ejected from the body of a satellite before the satellite went into orbit. During 1965, Corona satellites carried 2 SRVs. Each SRV contained a golden film bucket. Film buckets often contained nuclear tests of sorts. During these years, bombs were being exploded in Earth's atmosphere. A dangerous additional radiation belt was forming near Earth. I often wonder why Leslie Kane didn't follow the 2 excellent hints provided to her by Nicholas L. Johnson from the NASA Johnson Space Center. I followed Nicholas L. Johnson's hints during 2016, and I'm pretty sure I solved the 1965 Kecksburg mystery. And this is from researcher Bob Gross. Interesting. So that too could explain the oppressive military presence. So essentially they would shoot these satellites up, but on the way up, they'd be taking pictures and one of the film canisters would be ejected. The problem that I have with this explanation is that there were eyewitnesses right on the ground, right near the craft. Pardon me. I'd like to know, were the film canisters the size of a Volkswagen Beetle? Did you see the recreations? Because those were the Kecksburg craft, as seen by witnesses who saw it on the ground, was described as the size of a Volkswagen Beetle, perhaps large enough for 1 or 2 men to fit inside. I don't believe that film buckets from a satellite or surveillance system at the time in 1965 would be the size of a Volkswagen Beetle. And this is the problem with people who just declare, hey, I solved the mystery. There's always a problem, just as there's a problem with John Ventry's explanation, because apparently there was some tracking of that Russian satellite that came down around the time of the Kecksburg crash that would seem to indicate it went further than Pennsylvania. Though it's also important to point out that people in multiple states saw this Kecksburg object coming down. Kecksburg, Pennsylvania is where it essentially ended up or landed. This has been a very interesting case. And like many of these cases, unlike, I should say, many of these cases, there is a great deal of firsthand witness testimony, both to the object in the sky, to the oppressive military force, to the recovery operation taking place, and also there is substantial evidence of people being intimidated. go back to your homes, nothing to see here. And people were pushed back. Everybody was there trying to get, you know, a better look at what had come down. There's also reports of a local reporter who was intimidated as well not to report the story. There is a great deal of eyewitness testimony of people who saw the object in the sky, people who saw the object on the ground, people who saw the military vehicles. However, all attempts at FOIA or Freedom of Information Act requests, or, you know, wrenching the documentary evidence of some kind of recovery operation from the United States government has proven to be completely and totally unsuccessful. One possible explanation is alien cover-up. And of course, the more reasonable explanation, if we follow the principle of Occam's razor, is that this was a Russian satellite, or this was some kind of space debris. At the time in 1965, it was the height of the Cold War. If any Russian anything related to their space program came down on American soil, we absolutely would go and recover that object. It would most likely be sent, at least eventually, to the Foreign Technology Division at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, where they study, back engineer, and analyze all captured foreign technology. This is very common, and there are as many historical examples of similar programs, and we have detailed some of them here. There is Project Moondust, which is a recovery operation that was focused on recovering Soviet technology and Soviet space, pieces of Soviet space technology. And if you go to Wikipedia, you can look up Project Moondust. And there you will also see mention of Project Blue Fly and Project Round Robin. All three of these programs were projects by the United States Air Force during the Cold War that existed at the Air Force Missile Development Center at Holloman Air Force Base. The aim of the project was to recover objects and debris from spacecraft that survived re-entry through the atmosphere back to Earth, and to exploit the discovery of Soviet hardware when it fell into American hands. So we have proof that the government has run crash retrieval programs in order to pick up adversarial technology. And still to this day, I believe that the United States government will pick up anything they can. If a Chinese satellite comes down, they're going to recover it and analyze it, just as they did with the Chinese spy balloons. Where did that stuff go? Once they shot it down and recovered it, we see pictures of a recovery operation for the Chinese spy balloon in the Atlantic Ocean, but we don't know where they took it. Well, there are places and historical examples of where they take it. There is ample evidence that foreign technology is sometimes taken to Area 51 for study, for it to be analyzed or back engineered. There has been projects where they took Russian MiGs fighters and Chinese jet fighters that they somehow got their hands on to Area 51. And then they would test them for radar signatures and vulnerabilities in order to give our fighting men and women, an edge. We'll find out, do these things have any vulnerabilities? What's the best way to detect them on radar? All foreign technology we pick up and our government has interest in. So could it be that the Kecksburg crash was some form of Soviet space technology? Or equally, if it was American technology or a test flight of some sort of rocket or a satellite launch that went wrong, still, we would go and recover that object to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands, especially if it was related to a secret project. I would love to believe that what crashed in Kecksburg, Pennsylvania was an alien spacecraft. However, if we apply the principle of Occam's razor, it just as likely or more likely could have been a Russian a piece of Russian space technology that survived re-entry and came down in Kecksburg, Pennsylvania. Kecksburg, Pennsylvania will always be a mystery near and dear to my heart because I saw the place where it happened, and I talked to at least some secondhand witnesses. Their parents saw what happened, and they talked to me about it. I saw the crash site. I saw the monument. It's a little underwhelming, though, when you go there. Just a sleepy little small town in the middle of nowhere that had an extraordinary event happen. And I will say, every year they have a festival and celebrate the event. And there's vendors and food trucks, and Stan Gordon and others talk about the event and present whatever, present talks on the event and the history of the event and discuss what it is that happened there. The Kecksburg, Pennsylvania crash is an enduring mystery. There's plenty of people that claim they solved the mystery, but I don't think that it is case closed when it comes to the Kecksburg, Pennsylvania crash. So, my friends, boy, I don't know if you hear that. There's a great deal of thunder and lightning outside, and how appropriate it is that many of these UFO crash events happened in the middle of huge thunder and lightning storms like Roswell. And so it's somewhat appropriate that I'm now hearing a great deal of thunder and lightning outside as we present to you our history of UFO crashes from 1897 to 1965. And this, my friends, will conclude our presentation. And we made it through just 3 hours and 18 minutes. I thought it was going to take me 5 hours, quite honestly. So I want to thank you for your patience as we got through it. Yeah, the film canisters were a couple of feet in diameter, says Amy Collins. I agree. And so it's highly unlikely that a film canister can explain something the size of a Volkswagen Beetle. That's how it was described, the size of a small Jeep or a Volkswagen Beetle. Patty Wilhelm says, space junk falls out of the sky all the time. It's a wonder there aren't more injuries. Yeah, I agree. Patty says, bingo. Amy Collins says, here is a Corona film bucket. Oh, okay. Air and space Corona film bucket. Let me see if I can find that. I can't go from my chat. One second. Do they have any? Is there any details on the size of it? Oh yeah. Well, that's interesting. This is a Corona film bucket. Doesn't look quite the size of a Volkswagen Beetle, but it's pretty, I guess that would be pretty big, right? Corona satellite film canister. And here's another look. I mean, I'd like to know how big these film canisters are, though. Like, what is their size? Now, that looks acorn-shaped to me. Corona satellite spy camera. Interesting. Yeah, but I mean, I guess that's another possibility if the size is right. But if this thing's, not the size of a small vehicle, then I don't know. Things get dicey quickly. Is that the size of a small vehicle? I don't think so. It doesn't look quite that large, but it's hard to tell. Oh, wait, here's one with people. That looks half the size of the object described. If we go by the scale of these people, if that's it on the ground, looks about half the size of the object that was described by eyewitnesses. Here's another. Yeah, interesting. Well, I mean, it could be a possibility, but again, I'd really like to see, and here's a breakdown of the Corona satellite. I'd really like to see if this is to scale and that's one of the film buckets. I don't think that that's nearly big enough to, according to the witnesses of Kecksburg. But it could be. Maybe people saw it and thought it was bigger because they weren't right next to it. Very, very interesting. So I hope you guys have enjoyed tonight's presentation. If you're just joining us, you're a little late. The presentation is over. Tonight we have presented our special report, A History of UFO Crashes from 1897 to 1965. Just to do a bit of quick wrap up, one thing I noticed when researching all these stories together, because to be honest, I had never done this, at various times over the past couple of decades, I have looked into one of the stories, and then a great deal of time passes. I forget a lot of the details of that specific story, and then I hear about another crash, and I start researching and looking into that one, and then the cycle repeats. But interestingly, through the lens of history, in looking at these all together and putting together tonight's presentation, I was able to notice some common threads. One was hieroglyphics. There was at least 3 cases out of the 7 that we presented tonight where eyewitnesses directly mention hieroglyphics, which is interesting. 3 completely different events at different times with different witnesses, all seeing what they describe as hieroglyphics. Additional common threads, of course, is claims of a government cover-up. In the majority of these cases, we hear tales of the military or the men in black or the government, some mysterious government entities swooping in, grabbing the object, cordoning off the area. You hear that constantly. Swooping in, cordoning off the area, recovering the object, and then intimidating the witnesses. In some cases, government agents went back days or weeks after the initial event and intimidated witnesses. This is another common thread. The common thread between many of these stories is that there's a government cover-up and what some would say a convenient excuse for a lack of physical evidence is that the government swooped in and took it all. We only have the story because the government has stolen all of the evidence of the event away from us. I mean, you know, if you're really conspiracy leaning, okay, so there's no evidence because the men in black and the government took it all, or it's a convenient excuse for a lack of physical or verifiable evidence. Another common thread that you will notice between many of these cases is the game of telephone that I described. A lot of times they're third and fourth hand accounts. You know, oh, my grandfather saw this. Well, who did you hear it from? Well, I heard it from my mother. My grandfather told my mother, and then my mother told me. You know, some of these eyewitnesses are very weak. If we examine, you know, the strength of a first-hand witness versus the strength of a second-hand witness, we have to evaluate that. And then when we get the third-hand witnesses, you know, at some point, it gets very, very dicey and very shaky. Obviously, a first-hand witness is the most valuable. A first-hand witness telling somebody else who then is telling us, it's the game of telephone. You know, how much has the story changed? How accurate is this? Being a second or third-hand account. And additionally, another common thread is a lack of physical or verifiable evidence. Of course, we've just discussed that. The true believer's explanation is that the government came and stole the evidence. You know, there have been archaeological digs at the Roswell crash site, and nothing provably alien has ever been found. No metal fragment, not a single scrap of anything. It's kind of difficult for me to believe that if there was a crash site that was literally miles long, the so-called Roswell debris field, it's kind of difficult for me to believe that there was a debris field that was miles long with thousands of little pieces of a completely demolished craft that was completely just decimated and destroyed, and it created a debris field miles long with thousands of scraps of its existence. And in the Roswell story, we hear that a great number of people were sent to the debris field and they picked up every single piece. Well, that would mean there would be an awful lot of people involved. And I don't know about you, but if I was in the Army or whatever, and I got sent to a debris field and I'm picking up this crazy, never before seen material that is memory metal and has all these strange properties, and I've got dozens or hundreds or thousands of pieces of it around me, I'm going to put a piece of that in my pocket. And I think that any reasonable person would. To date, there has been, to date, for all these stories, another common thread, again, would be a complete and total lack of any physical or verifiable evidence. And that's troubling to me. Are we just chasing our tails or chasing shadows here? Are these just misidentifications of a perfectly prosaic event happening? Like, hey, maybe some of these events were like Russian booster satellites coming down that were then recovered. And again, that would explain the oppressive military presence that is described in many of these cases. I think it's interesting from just a psychological perspective. Why are there so many stories about alien spacecraft crashing in alien bodies? And why are the stories sometimes from vastly different regions? You know, we have Kecksburg, Pennsylvania. We have Trinity, New Mexico. Well, three of them are very similar. Similar area, Trinity, New Mexico, Roswell, New Mexico, and Aztec. But the rest from all different areas. We have one in Missouri. We have one in Texas. We have one in Kecksburg, Pennsylvania. And it's interesting that we go from 1897 to 1965, but still in vastly different areas. So we have a vastly different times in history and vastly different areas, and yet still across many of these stories, the description of the bodies is remarkably similar. And the description of the crafts are sometimes remarkably similar. And I wonder, does that lend credence to the stories somehow being true? After all, why would people from vastly different times and vastly different geographical locations be seeing what they perceive to be alien extraterrestrial visitors that are so strikingly similar in description? Is the image of the so-called gray alien type so ingrained in our psyche that we all see that? 3 foot tall, no hair, large heads, often described wearing some sort of one-piece jumpsuit made of silver or metal material. It's interesting that the descriptions are so similar. And also intriguing to me, there's a few tantalizing things that stand out to me. The Aurora 1897 crash stands out to me because this was before the Wright brothers. So it couldn't have been a misidentified aircraft if we do believe the original witness reports of the craft coming down. There was nothing flying at the time in 1897, maybe some airships, but that doesn't come close to matching the description of what was seen. The Aurora crash is interesting to me because the tantalizing 100% smoking gun proof of alien visitation on Earth may be laying right now in that graveyard. And God damn it, I want to go get a shovel, right? Don't you just want to get a shovel and tell that cemetery bureau or, look, this is too important For you, it's probably like a kangaroo court of Karens, a bunch of old ladies that run that graveyard. Like, no, you can't dig. Like, come on, Karen, this is too important. This could change all of human history if we could just get a shovel and dig that up. It's always been tantalizing to me. I swear I want to just go out there with a shovel and see what happens. But of course, there's laws. You can't. They could charge you with like desecrating human remains or something. And by the way, just to be clear, I don't condone or recommend anybody getting a shovel and actually going there without permission and digging. It's interesting to me that tantalizing proof may be buried. The truth is buried. It's a book. A great title for a book, considering the situation, that the truth of whether extraterrestrials have visited Earth may be buried in some sleepy small town in Aurora, Texas, in a little graveyard, may be resting a little spaceman. Tantalizing. Now, there are some in this group of 7 cases that I completely discount as hoaxes, and those would be Trinity and Aztec. And then we get to Cape Girardeau, which I believe, I don't know that it's a hoax, but it is the weakest of all of these UFO crashes. If we examine the strength of the evidence, I would say that Roswell and Kecksburg, to me, are the 2 that are most likely to be true stories, just based on the available eyewitnesses and the testimony and the amount of evidence that you can pour through on those 2 cases. Cape Girardeau, very, very weak second or third hand retelling of a story some dead guy said once, and there's zero corroborative evidence or testimony. Not one person has come forward. And then, of course, Trinity is a hoax, pretty clearly proven hoax. And William Brophy was also involved in that Italian UFO crash, which I believe that one was a hoax as well. We also need to constantly remind ourselves that the people selling these stories as true stories have a profit-driven motive to make you believe the stories are true. We don't know what other evidence for these stories people are pushing exists that may completely and totally prove that they are fake stories because of the lie by omission. Everybody does this lie by omission. They tell you the parts of the story that would make you believe that the story is true, and they leave out all the parts of the story that the story is fake. And we see this in the Aztec case. There's a couple that's, making books and documentaries and years of investigation into a story that was essentially originated from 2 proven convicted con artists who were using alien technology to try to scam people. So, interesting that some people, even when confronted with the evidence that the story originated from proven con artists trying to scam people, they still refuse to believe that the story is fake, and they keep digging, trying to find new evidence or new witnesses so that they can continue to believe. And that, my friends, is problematic. If you are so desperate to believe these stories that you got to do all these mental gymnastics and ignore that sometimes these stories come from fame seekers, attention seekers, con artists, and profiteers, I feel sorry for you. Some people are just desperate to believe. And if you're desperate to believe, I think there are, as I mentioned, I think the Kecksburg case and the Roswell cases, there's an awful lot of evidence. If you're really desperate to believe in alien visitation on Earth and UFO crashes, those 2 would probably be better. The case from, William Brophy is involved in 2 separate hoaxes here. The guy's a teller of tall tales. His story keeps changing. He's showing people pieces of commercial, he's showing people metal parts that came from a windmill, claiming that he pulled them off the side of a spaceship. It gets really ridiculous. So, like anything, I think that we have to examine the evidentiary value that each case offers. And I've told you what I think. I'm much more interested in what you think. So we're going to take a very, very short break. And I have to remind you, as I always have to, a bunch of you are going to jump out. You're like, oh, it's over. Kind of. He'll just come back and, yeah, it's not over. We're going to take comments and questions from the live chat. But I have been speaking here for 3 hours and 30 minutes straight. So I need a very short break just to reset myself. And I will invite you to offer your comments and questions. I've told you what I think or believe, but I am much more interested in what do you believe? Let me know in the comments or in the live chat. And if you're in the live chat during the live broadcast here with us, put your comments or questions for me in all capital letters. Which of these cases do you think is the strongest? Which of these cases do you think is the weakest? Which of these cases do you think is totally fake? And which of these cases do you truly believe may have involved visitation from another world? So the show is not over. We'll be right back after a quick message about how you could support the show. And as I mentioned previously, one of the things that we try to do here is a public benefit to educate people about these strange and esoteric topics that, I'm sorry, I think they're important. Even just culturally and historically, I think they're important. So we may be cutting tonight's broadcast into a free documentary of sorts about UFO crashes. I'll have to add some things and change some things around, but we thank you for being here for our live broadcast. The show's not over. We'll be right back after this short message about how you too can support the show. And for those unaware, we're a viewer-supported show. So if you appreciate content like this, we'd appreciate you throwing a couple bucks in our hat. Keep us working here. That would be great. Help us keep the lights on. You notice it's dark in here, right? Well, yeah. And by the way, we do sincerely appreciate the kindness, generosity, and support of all of you who have already thrown a couple bucks in our hat or become a Patreon member or channel member. We appreciate your help, especially considering we've gotten almost no ad revenue for the past 2 months. It seems to be that situation is resolving itself now. So we survived through the kindness and generosity and support of all of you. And we thank you all for that. The journey continues, friends. So I'll be right back after this short message from Mr. Ian, letting you know how you too could support us if you like the content we create. We appreciate all of you.
Truthseekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Cambion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truthseekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Truthseekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and in many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash! Praise the cash! Praise the cash! We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey. Thanks for being here. This is Truthseekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truthseekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat group during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truthseekers. Truthseekers.
Welcome to Pill.net. We aren't just another social media platform. We are the home of free speech. Pill.net offers people a place to share their thoughts, ideas, and content without the threat of censorship. With live streaming, uploaded content, social media posting, and more, Pill.net goes the extra mile by introducing innovative features like mobile push notifications that keep you connected without relying on big tech app stores. These notifications allow creators to instantly alert their audience when they're live or have posted new content, ensuring that your message reaches the right audience at the right time. Plus, with monetization available from day one, you can turn your passion into earnings right from the get-go. Donations and subscription options make it easier than ever to earn income with your content. And it doesn't stop there. Pill.net is constantly evolving to meet your needs. Our updated direct messaging system makes it easier than ever for content creators to engage with people privately. Anyone can also go start their own group chats with friends. Pill.net is more than just a platform. It's a lively community where everyone's voice counts. Make your account today and let our team welcome you to Pill.net. Free speech lives here.
Yeah, so we are back, and praise the cash. I forgot to I forgot to address that. For those unaware, we read every single super chat we get. Asman with a kind and generous £3 super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Tolkien Study, $1.99 super chat says, "Hey, Stephen, what do you think of John Razimus videos?" I really don't have an opinion. There's just some people I haven't looked deeply into. Do you mean which of he's got an awful lot of videos. I've seen a few, so I don't want to paint with a broad brush. If you be more specific, or give me some links that I could check out, I can get back to you, I guess. Yeah, and John is a content creator as far as I know, but I don't believe that I have looked in on him in quite some time. That's the hazard of doing this, is that I don't get to keep up with so many people. There's John Razimus Houston, I think that's who you're referring to, who has a channel on YouTube, 500 videos, largely on aliens. I've seen a couple of his videos. I don't really have an opinion. Some of the stuff that he covers, is like the Boyd Bushman thing, but he does cover it critically. And I think he, is one of the people trying to get to the truth behind the stories. Largely think he does a good job, I would say, but I haven't checked in with him in some time. But thank you for reminding me to check in with him, and I'm gonna try to do that. And we thank all of you for helping us to praise the cash, friends.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash, yeah. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash, yeah. Praise it, praise it.
All right, so we're going to be taking some comments and questions from the live chat. I expressed that I'm more interested in what you guys think about these 7 cases. Which ones are the strongest? Which ones are the weakest? Which ones do you think are completely fake? Which ones do you think really have something to do with alien technology or alien visitation on Earth? Are any of them really about aliens? Let me know what you think. Mr. Ian says, no musicians were harmed in its production. Right. Amy Collins, would you like me to prepare a formal report about Kecksburg regarding U.S. and foreign satellites? Sure, we could do an update. If you want to do that and send it to me, I'd be happy to use that. I have some old material. What's funny is that when I started my first show, that was the first case. And the reason that was the first case is, number one, it was in Pennsylvania. And number two, I had met Stan Gordon, and I was hopeful that he would come and do an interview, and he did. So Stan Gordon was the first person in UFO land that I ever interviewed, and he's a really nice guy. We'll have to see if we can get him back. We've done several shows with him. One, he gets pretty wild, and one of his theories is that Bigfoot is an alien because he was able to track. And by the way, there's some. He's not just throwing things out there. Like, he tracked all these Bigfoot sightings on a map, and there were UFO sightings around the same times and dates and locations. So apparently there's some high strangeness in Pennsylvania, and there's often UFO sightings, and around the same time there are reports of hairy bipedal 8-foot tall creatures being seen in the same areas as these UFO sightings. So we had him come and talk about that, and of course we had him come and talk in great detail about the Kecksburg UFO crash, which is one of my favorites, probably because I just feel a personal connection because I've been there. Some of these other sites, I haven't stood in front of them. I will say that I was at Kecksburg, and this was a long time ago, but I was near the crash site when it was just turning dark. And boy, it got dark quick, and then I got a real eerie feeling there. Not that that is any indication of anything, but it was sort of a surreal, eerie feeling having read so much about the case and talked to people about it, to be standing right in front of a place that could be a crash site of an alien being or alien spacecraft. It was a strange and surreal feeling. But in the same token, in the daylight, Kecksburg, Pennsylvania, unless you go there when they do the festival, because then they really, put on a show. They have like a parade, they have speakers, they have booths, they have food trucks. It's a good time. I highly encourage you to go if you get a chance. But if you are just there like I was, not during the festival, it's pretty boring. There's a store in the center of town, and they have some alien stuff you can buy and mugs and stuff. But other than that, and the store in the center of town, as I recall, and this monument of recreation of the object, which everybody goes and you take your picture in front of it. And I regret I was by myself, so I didn't. And there was nobody around to go, this is before, selfie sticks. And I didn't think to, just take a selfie of myself. Anyway, people take pictures in front of that. But except for like a few alien related merchandise things in the town store and that monument, there's nothing there. It's just like rolling green hills and cows, and it's a little farm town. It was a little underwhelming, I think I had my expectations were too high. Randy says, PA is weird. We got a famous woodchuck here. Yeah, Puxatawny Phil is also in Pennsylvania. And Randy, I went to that one year. People go there and they drink and party. And I swear, Randy, I think that we all got up at 4 a.m. because I think they do the thing like early in the morning. And we were like, oh, that's too early to start partying. So let's get up real early. We got up at like 4 a.m. and started pounding beers and stuff. And we're walking around the town waiting for them to do the thing. And then by the time we saw the groundhog and they did did he see his shadow or not? We were pissing in the wind, man. We were just shit-faced. But it was a good time. I think everybody, if you live near there, you might as well go see the Groundhog Day thing. It was an experience, right? There is a lot of strange stuff in Pennsylvania. I am planning some road trips. Some of you may be aware of, there's something called Centralia, Pennsylvania. Look that up. There's been a fire burning there for like 40 or 50 years. A coal mine caught on fire. They had to evacuate the whole town. It's all abandoned. That's a really weird situation. And there's also an abandoned military town. They built a whole town for military people for housing, and then the military base closed down. And the town is still there, but it's a complete and total ghost town, and people see ghosts there. It's really strange. Maybe we'll do some Truthseekers road trips. Operation Shutdown says there is high strangeness in Pennsylvania. I know for a fact, Operation Shutdown, that there's a lot of Bigfoot sightings around my cabin. I have talked to a few people that were firsthand witnesses, and I don't know what to tell them. Like again, though, we get stories and not much evidence. But I have seen a few real grainy, bad pictures. Jason Parker is here and says, praise the cash. Absolutely. Randy, didn't he die at the hands of a politician? I'm not quite sure what that's about. Renee Cruz is here and says, November 15, 2015, seen a red triangle and a blue disc with up to 3 more starcrafts and spaceships from different sky coordinates right after the Mayhem concert in Sacramento. Spellbinding. I was mystified. Well, yeah, that sounds like a pretty interesting experience. Randy says Penn's Woods can be pretty spooky in places. Absolutely. Randy also says there's an abandoned rail line near me where there's a headless ghost that walks along. I may have heard of that story. And you're right, Randy, about Centralia says the fire started when they burnt the town dump. Yeah. Jello Putin says place is still burning underground. Yeah, it is. And some of the gases are toxic, so you have to be very careful when you're exploring there. Been there one other time, but not. This was before I had a show or anything. I just, we were young and we are like, let's drive out to this and see this, and we did. And it's just a strange and unusual place. A completely abandoned town, or mostly abandoned. I think there's a few holders on, but they're not close to the site where the toxic gases would be. I used to live next to an abandoned military housing. Very creepy. Yes, it is. Philadelphia Flyers. Well, my wife is a big fan, Renee Cruz. My house, things are sort of the opposite. I'm not a real big fan of sports. The only sports I really like to watch are boxing and MMA fighting, maybe karate tournaments or kickboxing. I like one-on-one, mano a mano. Team sports, I'm not really into football, baseball, basketball, soccer, hockey. No, not really. I watch that stuff at times. My wife is a big sports fan. And it's always funny to me, like she's putting on sports games, and I'm always like, oh, I'm like the woman, Renee Cruz. I'm like, can't we just watch a nice movie? So things are a little bit backwards here, but it's okay. I mean, everybody has their thing. I was never into sports much growing up, though I did. My parents forced me to play sports. And I wrestled in my grade school and high school. But and I did martial arts, but I wasn't into like being on the football team or basketball team. I was a shrimp too. I wasn't this tall, or I guess I would have played basketball. And I did play baseball as a young child, little league. I wasn't very good at any sports. I was very I was like a stay-at-home kid. I'd rather just stay at home and mess with computers and stuff. I wasn't real big on going outside. My parents had to bribe me, It's very interesting. Randy is a big fan of the Pittsburgh Steelers fan. Yes, interesting. Alga Ray is over there holding down the Twitch chat, says, I'd like to see Truthseekers live from one of those PA high strangeness locations. I'm going to make that happen. We're going to be doing some road trips. If we can... we got to get back this advertising revenue. We got to get some funds rolling in here so that we can afford things like, I don't know, a motel room for the night and gasoline. I can pack some food and take a hot plate with me and, do it on the cheap, but we still have to have funds available for that kind of stuff. Right now, we're doing okay. We're treading water, though. I'd like to... I don't really know. I'm good at the artistic side of this stuff, Alga Ray. I'm not real good at the business side of it. Although I think some people would say I'm better than a lot of people at it. Mr. Ian says, who gave Steve a shovel? Mate, stop digging. You just told everyone you like contact wrestling and rom-coms. What? I don't know what that is. Was that Don Rickles? I don't know. Things are getting strange here. You were drinking beer waiting to see a groundhog. Okay. Taxpayer. Look, hundreds of people, thousands of people do that every year, taxpayer. You haven't ever seen the coverage of the Groundhog Day in Pennsylvania? I think everybody's drunk, including the groundhog. You don't go out in the cold and wait around for hours to see some groundhog, whether he sees a shadow or not, unless you're drunk. You don't do that sober, right? You just don't. Yeah. And actually, I'm going to check in for a moment. 1 second here. We're checking if our monetization streak. Yes, we still have ads on tonight's broadcast. So we're 3 shows now where they let us actually earn a little bit of ad revenue. So we may be as much as, I don't know, $18 up on the universe. Thank you, YouTube AI algorithm gods, for turning the switch of the funds back on. And just a note on the reality of being a content creator, if they turn the ad revenue off, you can expect somewhere around $5 to $10 per 1,000 views if they leave the ads on. And, at first when this started happening, where they were turning it off before I was even on the screen, they would turn it off when we were playing the intro bumper. It would be on, and then the show would go live, and before I even came on screen or said anything, they turned it off. I don't know what was going on, but I'm encouraged to see that I think that situation has now resolved itself. We just have to be careful with, I can't be cursing or yelling and screaming or anything that may be considered ad unfriendly. I don't know, because you wouldn't really think like that it would really affect our show to lose that $5 or $10 per show. But over the course of a month, it could be 15 shows. So we would lose like $150, and it does affect the bottom line. So thank you to everybody who helped us continue the journey while, these situations were sorted out. Deeply Talkative is here and says, good evening. Welcome, Deeply Talkative, from the Twitch chat. Good to see you there. And we will check in with all of the chats. For those unaware, most of the chats aggregate. What does that mean? That means that they mix them all up. But some of the chats, like the Rumble chat, I don't see. So welcome to the people that I'm not seeing, including you people in the Rumble chat. I don't see your messages, but we appreciate you. And the people over at Pilled, that does not aggregate. So the custom MTP or whatever, the custom locations, StreamYard doesn't mix them. So I don't get to see those, and I apologize for that. We're going to try to make it a point, though, to check in with you people in the chat. We want to say hello to Steve B 15601 in the Pilled.net chat, who just said hello, and Woke One, who just says bro. We're going to just say welcome, Pilled.net chatters. And you found us. And by the way, we'll take a moment to share my screen. This is going to be odd. We're going to share Pilled.net screen. There's just a few people over there, but we're new on Pilled.net. And we did play the bumper telling you a little bit about Pilled.net. For those unaware, they're a new distribution partner and also a new sponsor for us. And what can I tell you about Pilled.net? It's a censorship-free platform. There's no censorship at all. It's a completely and totally free speech platform. You can say whatever you want. You won't get banned. You can, as a content creator, you could do whatever you want, and you won't get demonetized or banned. You see up here, there's this those gold pills up at the top. There's its own form of currency in the form of gold pills, but you can cash that out at any time you want if you're a content creator with a Stripe account. I'm already praising the cash over on Pilled.net, and what can I say? It's been a great experience. Pilled.net, as far as being able to live stream to, it's easier than Rumble, easier than Odyssey, and worlds easier than DLive or Rockfin or any of those other platforms that we have tried. It just works. And if you're a content creator on Pilled.net, you're monetized from the jump. So go on over to Pilled.net and sign up. And if they ask you, there's a line for who referred you, put my name. We'd like them to know that we appreciate how kind they've been to us and that we are promoting their site. They're doing a membership drive right now to try to get new users. I like it so far. I think it combines some great elements from all different sites, including Facebook and Twitter and the file sharing, or not the file sharing. The chat features are like Discord, which I enjoy. There's, video sharing and live streaming like YouTube, which I also enjoy. It's like they mixed a bunch of stuff from different platforms. There's also RSS feeds. It's interesting, and I'm finding new and interesting content creators there that I haven't seen before. Jay Griff says, we need you to scream and swear. Well, just send me $5,000 and then I won't worry about my language for the next couple of months, right? Put your money where your mouth is. I'll curse at you every day if you send me a big chunk of money so we don't have to worry about things like ad revenue. Yes, Operation Shutdown says, yes, the monetization streak is intact. Praise the cash. Yeah, praise the cash, praise the cash. Taxpayer, God, I wish people would send me money for no reason. Just send money. Well, you got to offer people something they like. We here have the sort of PBS model, which means if you really if you really enjoy our content and you don't want to contribute, you don't have to. But if you enjoy our content and you want to help us continue to make more, you can throw a couple bucks in our hat. Our content is now and will always be free. We exist on the kindness, generosity, and support of any of you who enjoy these broadcasts enough that you want to help us create more of them. And we thank each and every one of you for that. Yeah. I wasn't aware of that deeply talkative. Yeah, it happens. Jay Griff says, cash or check. You can PayPal. It's in the description of the video. And I'll create custom cursing videos just for you. Yeah. What is the link that you're looking for, D Highs? I'm a little confused. I don't know what link you're looking for. Somebody may want to share the pill.net link to us. If you do join pill.net, go over and I'll share it in the live chat. I keep forgetting to add it to our about section here, so I apologize. 1 second. We're going to go over to YouTube and share the pill.net address. So if you were to join, you can follow us. 1 second. Oh, this is stupid. I have to go to the live chat, to our actual live chat, to put well, that's odd. Why can't I see it? 1 second. We're going to try to put the pill.net into the live chat so anybody can follow us. Here we go. Follow us. Follow us on Pill, and we'd appreciate if you do that. We're getting new followers over on Pill.net, and one thing I can tell you about Pill.net is it's been good for finding new viewers that just don't use the major platforms. They like it over there because they know they're not going to get, their free speech stomped all over, right? Taxpayer says, Steve, yes, but don't do business online. We'll send a check. Well, we only really accept PayPal. I've never taken a check from somebody. I don't even know what I would do with that. I guess I would take it to the bank. We have a bank account just for the show. I don't really know. Randy says, good night, everyone. Great show tonight, Stephen. Yeah, we're going to wrap things up here. Randy says, don't let Linda Moulton Howe bite. Yeah, and Mr. Ian is sharing our current broadcast over there on pill.net. But you gotta, I shared our profile. It's number 184430. Just go to pill.net /profile/1844430 for the benefit of those listening to the audio podcast. So we're going to wrap things up. We've done our due diligence, not just for today, but for the week. I'm going to be leaving for the cabin tomorrow, and I got some filming to do there for a separate project, not Truthseekers, and some other stuff, building stuff, fixing stuff. We're going to start on firewood processing. Winter's going to be here. I'm extremely happy because I got a new wood burning stove for the cabin living room that has a glass front. And I've always wanted one of them. You ever see one of those wood burning stoves and it has the glass front so you can sit there by the fire and watch the fire through the glass? The other burner I have, you couldn't do that. And sometimes I would just raise the trap on it and just watch the fire that way, but a little underwhelming. The glass fronted ones are the best. especially for cozy time at the cabin. So, oh, Troll says, I'm retired, so when I make money in the market, I can donate. When I lose, I can't donate. That's how it works. That's interesting. So interesting to know that every time you send us some money, and you have a bunch of times, you must have done pretty well. Mr. Ian says, another 420 show. Yeah, we're gonna keep it up to that. Maybe we're 9 more minutes, right? Or will be in 9 minutes. Yeah, I don't know how that happened, but it's interesting. And you know, a few people have commented on the length of our shows. I guess we have gone. You know, I remember a time when I absolutely said I wouldn't do more than 2 hours, but on some of these subjects, like, you just can't get through 7 cases like this in 2 hours. And also, I am aware that some shows go 5 or 7 days a week, and I think that's far too much. I'd rather do 3-4 hour shows and be done for the week. You know, I have other things that I got to do, especially other things that I got to do to generate revenue, and I need days of the week to do that in. Big Mountain Fudge Cake says, if an alien landed on Earth and said, you could leave with me now, but you could never step foot on Earth again, would you join him or stay on Earth? Well, I have a wonderful wife and 2 beautiful children, Big Mountain Fudge Cake. So unless they were going with me, I'd probably stay here on Earth. And that would be regrettable. But, you know, what am I going to do? Leave my wife and children? Like, I'll see you later, honey. I'm going to go live with the aliens. Maybe I would consider that on those times when we're having a rough patch and she's pissing me off all the time, right? But actually, I think my wife and I get along pretty well most of the time, as long as I do everything she says. Hazards of being a married man, right? Yes, dear. Last night I had to go kill a hornet's nest at 3 o'clock in the morning. Don't ask. Just do it. No. We had a hornet's nest, and for those unaware, a hornet's nest is in the ground, and it just looks like a hole. But during the day, you can see hornets flying in and out of it, and they're very dangerous. You know, hornet stings are very painful. So we have children. You know, my wife didn't want one of the kids to get bit or stung, so I thought I had taken care of it because I treated the hole in the area. You wait till nighttime. By the way, this is just the way that I do it. This is not a how-to. This is a how-I. You wait till nighttime, and then you go out there with something called 7 dust. You can get it at Home Depot, and you squirt it in the hole. It's powder, and then you squirt it all around the hole. And when the hornets crawl in and out, they carry that poison with them to the nest. And usually in a couple of days, they're dead. What I didn't know is there was not 1 hole for this hornet's nest, but 3 of them. I only treated 1. And last night my wife asked me, "Are there still hornets? I thought you treated." And I go, "Oh, I'll go take a look." And I went and take a look, and I missed 2 holes. I didn't even see those. So then she said, "Please do it tonight." And I said, "Okay." And I forgot totally about it. So 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm out there with a flashlight spraying this dust all around to kill these hornets. But she's right. I mean, we have children. You don't want a hornet's nest around. And plus it complicates the, cutting the grass, because it's just these, you don't want to roll over that with a ride on. You'll get murdered, right? Jay Griff with a kind and generous $9.99 super chat. I appreciate your kindness, generosity, and support. And by the way, I was just kidding. He says, ain't $5,000, but it's a start. All right, we'll keep a balance on you. Right? What is that? $49.90 left? No, we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And of course, for helping us to praise the cash, friends.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
Thank you, Jay Griff. We appreciate it. Very kind of you. And all of you are very kind. And I have an attitude of gratitude, and I thank all of you. Big Mountain Fudge Cake says, why would I ask? I'm drunk at 3 a.m. on a Thursday. I'm just enjoying the slopes, drinking away the pain, watching Twitch. Well, yeah, I don't know if I'm happy for you or sad for you. It depends on how you feel about that, Big Mountain Fudge Cake. If you're happy, I'm happy. Yeah. I have my own issues with those things. You called me out. I delivered, said J Troll, right? Oh my God, Troll. I'm sorry to hear that. Troll says $5,000 is about what I lost between Tuesday and Wednesday. Ooh, sorry to hear that, buddy. Rain Dimensions is here and says, does anyone know I'm too busy to go down the rabbit hole myself? I missed the original question, so I apologize. World in Chaos 76 is here. I haven't seen you in a while. Welcome. Good to see you here. Long-time show supporter, right? And I missed Rain Dimensions original question, so I apologize. Operation Shutdown says it's going to be one hell of a show once Jay Griff donates $49.90 more. Yeah, we'll have a party for that one, right? Jay Griff says, yo, I'm going to want a lot of yelling and swearing. I'll give you $4,990 worth of cursing, screaming, and me, ranting. Yeah, sometimes I miss. I don't want anybody to take this the wrong way, but sometimes I miss when I was still drinking, because I would never. Well, yeah, I did. I was going to say I would never get too drunk on a live stream, but yes, I did. But I miss the getting drunk and just letting loose, like just yelling and screaming and bitching and, drinking. And, there's something freeing about being drunk. And then, of course, when you're drunk, you go, now's the perfect time to tell everybody exactly what's on my mind on the entire internet. There was some shit I had to take down. I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I said that shit or did that shit. We did some pretty crazy shit, right? Yeah, and Jay Griff says, you still lose it sober. Yeah, Jay Griff, but along with quitting the alcohol comes this increase in emotional awareness is what I'm told. So I don't just jump from 0 to screaming like I did when I was drinking. Either, it was one day or the other. Either I was, it was one mood or the other. Either I was drinking and drunk, or I was hungover and pissed off. And that created a lot of me yelling and screaming and losing my patience very, very quickly. Now, without the booze, I have a little bit more patience and, again, emotional awareness. I don't just jump right to screaming and yelling. But tomorrow night, yeah, I forgot to mention this. Let me see if we can find this. And well, it's really tonight, 9/9/2023 at 9 p.m. So we are doing an event tomorrow night at 9 p.m. I thought I was done for the week, but we're going to be doing a special premiere about David Wilcock and his box of dildos. And so the big reveal for where I buried that huge box of dildos for David Wilcock some time ago now comes soon. And when you see where I buried it, you're not going to believe that this idiot couldn't find that box of dildos. So coming soon is the big reveal. Some time ago, I issued him this challenge. So far, he hasn't found the big box of dildos or any of the individual dildos that our viewers from around the world buried for him. But I challenge him. He's got just a very short time left to find that box before we do the big reveal. And I guarantee he's not going to like it when people see where we buried that. So tomorrow night at 9 p.m., we have a special sort of back and forth journey through time with the David Wilcock $10,000 box of dildos challenge. For those unaware, several years ago, I issued a challenge to David Wilcock and offered him $10,000 if he could use all of his psychic powers, superpowers, government whistleblowers, insiders, secret space program insiders, aliens, whatever, angels, the Blessed Mother, whatever he wanted to use his psychic powers to find this huge box of dildos that I buried. And I told him if he would find that box and where I buried it with all of his psychic powers and superpowers, I would give him $10,000. So far, he hasn't found it, friends. And this sort of challenge fell by the wayside. But we're dusting it off because that box is still there, friends. We checked on it. And soon we'll be doing the big reveal. The big reveal comes soon. Soon we will reveal to the world exactly where we buried this huge box of dildos for David Wilcock. And of course, we also included a strap-on and the world's best, most expensive anal lube. We've also included that for him because we're just classy like that. If I'm going to give a man anal lube, I'm going to give him the best. I'm just that kind of guy. So far, David Wilcock hasn't found this magic box that we buried for him and hasn't won the $10,000. So if he doesn't find it in a very short time frame, we are going to reveal to the entire world where it has been this entire time. And when you see where I buried it, you won't believe that this man who claims to have superpowers, psychic powers, talk to angels, talk to, channel Egyptian gods. He's the world's greatest prophet. He's Edgar Cayce reincarnated. When you see where we buried it, you won't believe it. So tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll be having a very special event just talking about the David Wilcock Box of Dildos Challenge. And just to be clear, I don't want to ruin our monetization streak, so I'm not even going to turn the ads on that one. But we appreciate your support. So make sure that you come back tomorrow night, or really tonight, 9 p.m., 9 at 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll be having a very special premiere. It will be pre-recorded, and I may miss the very beginning of it because I'll be driving to the cabin. But I promise you that as soon as I get to the cabin, the first thing I do is flip on the power, and then I get the router going and all that, and jump online to join all of you guys. I won't be live, but I will be in the live chat to speak with all of you. I appreciate that. Rain Dimensions with a kind and generous $10 super chat says, I recall you did a show where CalCorp contradicted the testimony found by Schmidt and his partners regarding Roswell. Was there any confirmation about who had the first-hand accounts correct? Not really. If you listen to CalCorp, he's correct. If you listen to Randall, I know there was at least one major witness that Randall and Schmidt talked to that they backed off of and realized was kind of a bullshitter. So Cal may be right on that. But, what I am aware of is that Randall and Schmidt, if they're wrong, they back off and say they're wrong. And I think there was one witness who was telling all kinds of stories, and somebody proved that he couldn't have been where he claimed to be. And then his stories got more and more grand. So as best I recall, Rain Dimensions, there was a witness that was telling tall tales. Cal may be correct about that. But I don't think there was anything nefarious with Randall or Schmidt using that guy. They took him at face value. And when they learned that he was not a reliable witness, they admitted that. I don't think there's anything wrong with changing your mind on a witness if available evidence presents itself to make you change your mind. But thank you, Rain Dimensions, longtime show supporter. We appreciate your kindness, generosity, and support in helping us to praise the cat.
Where's the cat? 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 Where's you?
All right, friends. So we will be back tonight at 9 p.m. with a special premiere for this David Wilcock and a Box of Dildos challenge. Hope you'll be here with us. You really want to hear about this because I'm telling you guys, when you see where we buried this thing, you will not believe it. So we have done our due diligence, friends. And we thank you all for joining us. We thank you kind and generous benefactors, you Patreon supporters, you YouTube channel members, you Twitch subscribers, you Pill.net gold pillars. That's new to us, but we're thankful to be praising the cash over on Pill.net already. And we thank you PayPal pledgers, Twitch subscribers, everybody that is supporting us and throwing money at us. We sincerely appreciate it. And we thank our chat room moderators, and we thank the man with the golden voice, Mr. Ian, of course. And we thank all of you. No place I would rather be than right here with you. But we've been here for quite some time. So I'm going to go and sort of, I guess, unwind. Quite a lengthy presentation tonight. To be very honest, I have been planning and working on this thing for way too long, and I'm glad that we just can put this one up on the archives and it'll be there. So I would appreciate if you know somebody that's interested in things like UFO crashes, if you would copy the link, send it to them. Send them a private message on Facebook. Send them a direct message on Twitter or Instagram. Help us spread this so that my time doing all this research is not down to, not very many views. We appreciate all of you that I see retweeting or putting links to some of our shows on your social media. It really does help. Also, be sure to follow me on Twitter at Stephen Cambion. You can you can visit our website, truthseekershow.com, and that will give you access to all the latest audio and video episodes. We thank all of you for participating in tonight's special event here, really, and participating in all the different live chats. We thank all of you for joining us, and we appreciate you, and thanks for appreciating me. So we will be back. Well, we'll be doing a special premiere tomorrow at 9 p.m. I hope you'll be here, because I think that's an important story where we can prove that David Wilcock's fake superpowers are as fake as the rest of his claims. After all, he should be able to find, this box of dildos, especially when you see where we buried it. Oh, I can't wait. Oh, it's going to be good. Oh, it's going to be glorious when we reveal that. So next live show, well, it's not the next live show. I should take that banner down. A premiere tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll be in the live chat as soon as I arrive at the cabin, maybe a little bit late. There's a lot of road construction and traffic going on, but I'm hopeful that that stuff's getting resolved and I'll have a quicker ride. It's been a nightmare lately because of all the road construction between here and the cabin. But I think that's only Monday to Thursday, so I'll have an easier ride in. Hopefully I'll be there in the live chat with all of you tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, a very special premiere. David Wilcock and a box of dildos. The saga continues. I hope you're here with us. So that's all we got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.